Cool. Okay.
Beside each other?
Absolutely.
Stand beside me.
No, don't worry. I'm right beside you for the whole time.
Good morning. Good morning. What do you say, Boker Tov?
Hmm?
Boker Tov? Boker Tov?
You're asking the wrong.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks, Barbara. Everyone, thanks for gathering. A balmy 23 degrees in Toronto, Canada. It's good. We had an ice storm last week, but we timed the ice storm perfectly before our guests from our shared homeland arrived in town. So, good morning. My name is Yafa. Welcome to the Canada Peace Summit. This is a supporting event for Standing Together and also the It's Time People's Peace Summit in Jerusalem happening in May. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you all tremendously for showing up. Honestly, showing up here has been the greatest gift that you've given me personally in my support for a better world where life flourishes and trust is a given in our shared homeland. So thank you. If you came to the library for a quiet day and you wandered into the wrong room, I'm just going to give you a minute to look at the agenda first. You can have some coffee, decide if you want to proceed. We acknowledge that we are uninvited guests on the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Land acknowledgements to me are always powerful reminders that as a Canadian Palestinian, we continue to have injustice here with First Nations community as we speak. I'd now like to welcome a Canadian songstress to the stage shortly. Naomi Tesler, a Canadian songstress who has written a song called Possible, an inspiration of the Standing Together movement. Today, I've personally asked her to sing the Canadian National Anthem. The reason why I have done so, recognizing the meaning of this, is because I believe in this world of extremists, Canada has a unique role on the stage to be a leader in peace. So, if this was being held 12 months ago, I probably wouldn't have had the national anthem. However, today, I believe it's important that us as Canadians recognize our historic role as peacekeepers in the world, and let's try to use our voice a little bit on the stage. With that, please welcome Naomi Tesler. If you're able to rise, please do. If you choose not to, that is okay.
Thank you, Yafa. I'm honored to be here as part of this Peace Summit today. I will be adjusting the words of the anthem ever so slightly. Oh, Canada, our home on native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. Oh, far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Let's keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thanks, Naomi. I think we'll send those new lyrics to the Government of Canada. Hi, I'm Robert Harris. extremely happy to be here, and wanted to thank you so much for coming to this historic event. Excuse me, a chance for all of us to say no to despair, to say yes to hope and action. And to thank our guests from Israel, Itmar Avenari and Angela Matar from Standing Together, and Amira Mohammed of Unapologetic, the Third Narrative. We're here to hear their stories and perspectives, but also to share our own, to understand what we can do to further the cause of peace and justice right here in our neighborhood, our neighborhoods and our country. The conflict, is so deep for many reasons, but one is that the personal and the objective, the emotional and the geopolitical, they're all bundled up together. So we thought, with your permission, that we would start with our stories, Yaf and mine, just to set one of the tones of the day. It's not the only tone you're going to be hearing today, the personal, but we thought it's an important one to start with. And it's your turn. You go first.
All right. The photographer is here. If you have put a dot on your name tag, you do not consent to take a photo. In this world, I think it's important that we honor you and respect your privacy. Take a look at your name tag. If you do not want your photo taken, it'll be mostly photos of the speakers. Please go ahead and put a sticker. You can get that at registration, okay? Okay, also please, at some point, if you want to make yourself over to the vendor marketplace in the back to visit some other supporters and have some snacks, you are welcome to do so. I'd also like to thank the New Israel Fund of Canada and Digital Public Square and many other supporters for helping make this event a reality. Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much. Why am I here? My father, Fayez, is the kind of man who does things he's not supposed to do. He questions what people are afraid to question. He breaks rules that don't make sense to him. He believed in doing what's right, not what's expected. He happens to be, not that it matters, but in my family, the oldest male son of the oldest male son, and so on. He's the highest ranking member in my family. But rather than falling into an expected role, he challenges the status quo. He gave me permission. He gave me permission to think completely independently. He gave me permission to be unpopular, even if it's to be unpopular with my tribe. He is a feminist, and he gave me permission to be disliked, even as a Palestinian woman. Thank you. He wanted his girls to be strong and to honor our values as people. And so here I make a small attempt at copying his courage to speak truth to power. Trigger warning. He also taught me that as Palestinians, we are allowed to make our own choices and we are allowed to take responsibility for our own actions. Like my great uncle, who was offered the chance by the PLO in the 1960s to earn a paycheck to hijack a plane, which he promptly refused this offer, because what an absurd and preposterous offer it is to be offered to target civilians and commit crimes. He didn't do so. He didn't refuse this gesture from the PLO because he cared less about freedom and equality for Palestinians. Absolutely not. It's because of his deep love for our people that he chose to pursue a different life and further a better future. Thank you for giving me the space to say that. When I've seen my father in chaotic situations, when no one knows what to do, when there's panic and chaos, he doesn't wait until the most qualified leader shows up. He just gets to work. So thank you for teaching me that it's okay to just get to work. Even if imperfect, even if sloppy. Please allow me the space to say one more thing. After October 7th, I knew in my bones that I could not stay silent. I had to say something about Yarden, Shiri, Ariel, and Kafir Bibas, about Vivian Silver, a peacemaker who was murdered, and David Cunha, who is still being held hostage as we speak, and also the children of Gaza who were being systematically crushed under bombs and continue to be crushed under bombs, like the newborn twin babies Asir and Aysel Al-Qusman, killed by an airstrike with their mother while their father was going to obtain their birth certificate. All of these images are seared burned into my life forever, as I know for many of us. Or the many premature babies in the NICU who died because the electricity was not on. I decided to speak on Instagram in November 2023 with one of my fellow mom friends who is Jewish, and we wanted to hold the third narrative. I didn't have the language back then. I'm so thankful now that I have the language to say we were trying really hard in a very unperfect and unpopular way to hold the third narrative, to be able to share our grief, grieving the innocent Israelis killed and held hostage, while also grieving the people of Gaza being actively killed and still killed as we speak. So, it was tough, but I wanted to say that I am a Nakba grandbaby, and I also hold space for Jewish and Israeli grief in Canada. I wrote a script to organize my thoughts. I showed it to my family for their approval. Yes, I wanted my family's approval before I spoke on the internet. Why? People say, why do you need their approval? Because good girls from good families don't air their dirty laundry in public. You're clapping about that. Good girls from educated, respected families are mysterious. They're not supposed to be on the internet. Good girls don't post photos from grad trip in Mexico because we know that once the sun rises on the other side of the world, the aunties will be calling, asking who is going to marry this girl. Not that that has ever happened to me. Imagine now I'm choosing to speak out in Canada in November 2023 about Palestinians' safety and Jewish safety in Canada. Is my family going to cut me off? Am I going to be betraying my cousins in Ramallah? That's why I desperately needed their approval. Thankfully, I got the green light. And then, finally, my father took me aside and reminded me with frustration in his voice, Yafa, you don't need my approval. You are entitled to your own opinion. Wow. Thank you for giving me permission to be different without fear of rejection. So, why are we here? And then I'll turn the stage over. We're here today because we believe in something radical, but also something cliche. Peace in Israel and Palestine, and the urgent need to make peace for Palestinians and Israelis to unapologetically organize together, to stand together, to build a future where life flourishes and trust is a given. I've learned from standing together that partnership and peace requires three things: listening without an agenda, freedom to hold independent opinions and make our own choices away from groupthink, and the acknowledgement of harms and grievances without defensiveness. It does not mean we need to agree, but the acknowledgement is deeply healing. Thank you. Robert.
Thank you, Yafa. As usual, for anyone who knows Yafa Sakeja, she's a very tough act to follow. I wanted to say that I'm used to doing things. I used to be a broadcaster, but I'm a little nervous because this is a bit of a confessional for me, to be in front of a group that's so important to me, that's become so important to me, and to tell just a brief story about myself. So it's come to my attention that I'm old. It surprises me when I discover this. I look in the mirror, who is that person? Where am I? But I'm a very special old because I'm exactly the same age as the State of Israel. The State of Israel was born in May of 1948, and I was born in May of 1948. And it's interesting, we forget sometimes that the State of Israel is one lifetime long, my lifetime. That's the entire State of Israel. And I was going to say, that I might be the oldest person in the room, but maybe not. But I know for a fact that there's at least one person in the room who isn't younger than myself, and that's Yafa's father. Because Yafa's father was also born in May of 1948. There's more. We were born on the exact same day. The exact, not day and month, year. I have never in my life met someone who was born on the same day as me. And Yafa's father and I were born on the same day. So we're fraternal twins. We're twins that never knew of one another's existence until now. But our life trajectories have been completely different, starting from the day of our birth. I was born in safety and in comfort, Toronto General Hospital, where it is from here, just down the street. And Fayez was born to a family in crisis, fleeing a catastrophe, the Nakba. So our lives started differently and moved differently, and here we are together. And to me, that's what standing together is. This is a symbol of what it means to be here. And I'm standing here with Fayez's daughter, Yafa, who I got to know and who's had a profound impact on me. That's what I wanted to say. And I'll try and do so with a straight face. So I met Yafa. We Palestinians and Jews, we share many things, some good, one bad, but one of the worst things we share, in my opinion, is this unbearable, heavy narrative that's imposed on us all, that we are fundamentally in conflict, we are fundamentally tense with one another. That's beaten into our DNA. That is the DNA. And so if she's a Palestinian woman and I'm a Jewish man, that's the fundamental relationship we have, is one of enmity. That's who we are. It's a yoke we all wear. And then I met Yafa, and the most extraordinary thing happened. And what happened was that narrative vanished. That narrative vanished. The fact that she was a Palestinian woman and I was a Jewish man turned out to be completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. That narrative was fraudulent. That narrative is a fraud that says that we must be, tense with one another and in conflict. Because what Yafa and I discovered was that our values were the same. The way we responded to our kids was the same. We laughed at the same jokes. We still laugh at the same jokes. That was the essence of our relationship. And that relationship that was imposed upon us evaporated in 10 minutes at Taroni's restaurant, just down the street. Much to the surprise, I might add, of the other patrons at Taroni's while we were there. Because we were sort of loud, as I recall. And there were a lot of tears being shed at our table, on both sides of the table. So that's standing together to me. That's what standing together is about. It's not the only thing standing together is about, by any means, that sense of personal breakthrough. But it was standing together that brought us together. That's how we met. But more importantly, standing together was the model and inspiration for what we achieved. So here we are today. That's why I'm here, to take the next step forward. So before we launch the rest of the day, we wanted to recognize that what Yafa and I both went through is an integral part of this process. And that's to come to terms not just with the external forces around the conflict, but the internal ones as well. To learn to confront the many complex, tense, powerful feelings we inevitably all have around this most powerful of tensions between us. So before we turn to our first speaker, I'd like to introduce Jeff Carolyn, mediator and facilitator, who's going to offer us a framework to help support all of us to move forward in a good way together. Jeff, come, it's all yours. Thank you.
Is this on? Can you hear me at the back? Ooh, thumbs up. That's great. Okay. I like to get to talk about feelings because I have a lot of them. And just listening to Yafa and Robert speak, I can feel my heart rate is increased. Maybe also because I'm now in front of the room, but I can really feel that. So yes, my name is Jeff. My pronouns are he, him, and I do mediation work, and I also do restorative justice facilitation. What that means in essence is that I'm continually working with people who have really deeply and seriously hurt each other, and inviting in the possibility that from the darkest of moments, we can have repair, we can have healing, and we can even have transformation. And while this is a day, I think one of the themes is hope, I also can feel the darkness, I can feel the grief and the emotion as I was listening to Yafa and Robert speak. And so what I wanted to offer today, and this is a good time to find on your table, this little handout. It has a little picture at the top. I'm going to be talking about that for a moment, called the Zones of Self-Awareness. And what this tool is, it's my favorite tool. In fact, I'm so enamored with these zones that I'm not allowed to talk about them at home anymore because I've kind of exhausted my family. But this is my core. If there's one tool I teach for dialogue and mediation, it's this one. And the basic idea of this model is that when we're in, say, a social situation like this, we may find ourselves in or moving between one of these three zones: comfort, stretch, panic. I know I'm in the place of comfort when my body is just relaxed, when I'm calm, neutral. In conversations about Israel and Palestine, that might happen in the context. I mean, I'm always upset, but in terms of relationally, if I'm speaking with people who see things exactly the same as me, we share the same opinions and perspectives, my body is relaxed. By definition, to be in dialogue, to be working across different perspectives, I'm not comfortable. And that's why for the place of dialogue is the stretch zone. So we move from that relaxed koala or cat, to be honest, I'm not sure what it is, to the giraffe in the place of stretch. I know I've moved into that stretch zone when there's a heightened physiological reaction of some kind. My nervous system has become activated. Beating heart, sweaty palms, butterflies in the stomach. It's possible that just being in this room right now, having decided to come, having heard the various things that have already happened, there might be a lot of stretching already happening in this room. I'm going to take a risk here. I'm inviting everybody else to take a risk. If you have noticed some physiological reaction happening to you today so far, even just a little bit of an increased heart rate when you walked in the room, would you be willing to show? Yeah. Yeah, it's real. We're dealing with really, really hard things here. The beauty of stretch, though, is that, and I know I'm still in stretch, if I can actually really listen to someone else's perspective, despite that discomfort I'm feeling, I can really try to see the world through their eyes. And importantly, I can share my own perspective. I can give them a glimpse into my universe, all the things that have made me me. And then there's panic. And that's where we have that freaked out chicken at the bottom. And that's when those physiological reactions have just, they're even stronger. We've gone into a different part of the brain, the amygdala. At that point, it's our body's survival mechanism kicking in. You might call that fight, flight, freeze, reactivity, trauma response. There's no judgment in any of these zones. It's our bodies trying to keep us safe. But we're not going to be doing our dialogue work there. And so that's why I have at the bottom on the page there, I should say that in black, this image in color is much better. It shows like a little life, green, poking through the concrete. But the basic idea is that in my work, what I see over and over is that if we meet difference and disagreement in panic, we will lead to breakdown. We'll get to breakdown. But if we can meet difference and disagreement in stretch, there's the possibility for a breakthrough, for transformation. And so really, even though it might be counterintuitive, when I introduce dialogue work, I'm not talking about what we need to do together. It's that it starts for me with self-awareness. Am I in the right zone to be able to engage in a good conversation right now? Because if I'm in panic, it's time to take a break. It's time to find some people who I can be in comfort with. Maybe it's time to get some sleep, eat something, whatever it is to tend to my body. So really, it's about being able to make a good choice. The last thing I wanted to share was just my own experience with this. So I'm Jewish, and I grew up here in Toronto without learning anything about maybe I'll say that the meta-narrative of the Palestinian people, let alone the huge multiplicity of perspectives that I now know exist under that umbrella. When I was 20, to the backdrop of the Second Intifada, I started unlearning and learning a lot of new things. And even as I started to confront the reality, what I experienced as the reality, which is that I was not told a lot of things that I now believe to be true. And I was really trying to unlearn and have a different perspective on what was happening between the river and the sea. I would go to events where speakers would be very critical of the Israeli government, of even the existence of Israel itself. And I wanted to learn, I wanted to stretch. I didn't have that language then. My heart felt like it was gonna rip out of my chest. It was pounding so much, I almost couldn't hear the speakers. Getting to know more Palestinians over time, I've heard that just hearing Hebrew, seeing the word Israel, Israel, can be its own trigger. And so all of this is real, it's in us. And these reactions can be similarly intense, even though at least as I see what's happening on the ground, it's a situation of gross inequality. When we're in the room, we're trying to talk together, the reactions can be similarly intense. And so really just inviting a kind of like gentleness, a spirit of grace into the room today. If you've come here, obviously there was something in the invitation that spoke to you. And I think if we're doing our work properly, there's going to be moments of stretching. There may be even moments of panic. So just inviting a sense of gentleness with yourselves and with each other as we move through today. And I'll be popping in at a couple more moments to just offer, to sort of build on this. And before we invite Robert back on stage to introduce our first speaker, I just wanted to actually invite us to pause for a moment. I don't know how many people are used to taking a deep breath in a big group of people, but I'm going to invite that now. Also, actually just inviting, we've been sitting for a little bit. If you want to stretch, you can stretch. Just really feel the ground underneath you. Our bodies are here just trying to keep us safe, protect us. I do believe we are in a place of physical safety here. And I'm going to try to help settle our nervous systems and kind of bring in our collective here. I'm going to let all my air out. So I invite you to do the same to just release. Just let it all out. And then to take a nice breath in, see if you can fill your belly. And then out. Thank you all so much for being here. Robert, over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. I think you're going to be very valuable for us during the day. So Amira Muhammad was not born in 1948. She was born in 1999, 50 years later. I can't begin to tell you what that feels like, but basically, and so she may be, if I'm one of the oldest people in the room, she may be one of the youngest people in the room. And she lives as a Palestinian in an Israel that is extremely complex. In fact, there are terms to describe that complexity. The difference between a 48 Palestinian citizen of Israel, someone shaped by the generation that lived through the dramatic and difficult events of 48, the Nakba, and a 67 Palestinian Jerusalemite, I knew I would get that wrong, shaped by the 1967 conflict, and especially in Jerusalem after the events of that Six-Day War, the Nakba. Understanding those complexities, so vital, is one of the great gifts of Unapologetic, the third narrative, the extraordinary podcast that Amira and Ibrahim Abu Ahmad created in the wake of October the 7th, born of their reactions to that horrible event and its horrible aftermath in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. A reaction that led to a desire to forge a third narrative, a nuanced, unapologetic discussion of their complex identities at the juncture of these two worlds that they inhabit, Palestinian and Israeli. Identities that are made up of more than those simple dates and numbers. Identity is complicated. It's vital to acknowledge that there isn't one neat way to describe lived realities. It's important for all of us to understand that. Since Unapologetic launched, their podcast has become must-listening all over the world. Amira's fearless, I see you've heard it. Amira's fearless, honest, provocative truth-telling has been incredibly valuable to people all over the world who are equally tired of the first two narratives, the ones I was speaking of before, polarized and opposite, resulting in complete paralysis, emotional and political, a paralysis that only ensures that the status quo will never change. As well, listening to Amira has reinforced something that is a feature of the world of standing together that I have noticed, and that is how strong and inspiring are all the Palestinian women who are part of this world. And that's Yafa, and that's Amira, and that's Yafa's sister, and that's Sally Abed, and that's Rula Daoud. Such inspiring people to me, honestly. They exhibit a depth of feeling and understanding that's powerfully present for us. So as well as hosting her podcast, Amira Mohammed is a Palestinian facilitator, activist, and storyteller from East Jerusalem, advocating for the end of Israeli occupation and systemic oppression. With expertise in leadership development, cross-cultural dialogue, and facilitation, Amira collaborates with NGOs and organizations across the Middle East and North Africa to promote inclusivity and social cohesion. Drawing from personal experience and professional insight, she empowers individuals and communities to build a future rooted in justice, dialogue, and peace. Well, Unapologetic, the third narrative, it's an independent voice in the world. We're so happy to have her join us and standing together to amplify the message of peace and justice that brings us here. It's a great pleasure to welcome Amira to Canada, and here she is in conversation with Yafa Sakaitan.
They're shy. Is it real shy? Thank you, Robert. Welcome, Amira. Welcome to Toronto, Canada.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So thrilled you were able to make it across the world. I have to say how meaningful it was when I found the Third Narrative podcast and how I've literally been binge listening to it. And every person in Toronto I've recommended it to across the spectrum politically have absolutely loved it. So I'd love to hear from you. How did you come to this journey to start the podcast with Ibrahim, and how has that led to you the last 2 years?
First of all, thank you. Thank you so much or every single person that had even just a little speck of organizing this and the other events that happen. I'm truly, truly grateful. Like just even though we're not here in person, seeing it on the screens and being here myself physically today is just, it's hopeful. Like it gives us the extra boost of energy that we need. So thank you so much. So I think Robert touched upon it a little bit. When we talk about Palestinian identity, mine included, sometimes we forget how diverse it can be. Like today, you only had, you actually have pretty good representation. You have diaspora, you have East Jerusalem, you have 48, which you're going to hear from another amazing Palestinian woman, Angela Matar. But there's more. There's Gazans, there's West Bankers, there's Palestinians in refugee camps, like so many more. And each and every single one of them is worth that you listen to, regardless if you agree or disagree. And what we share here and what I share here are going to be my opinions, my experiences. I'm going to use maybe terminologies that you don't like. The way that I like to persuade people not to leave the room, even though it's legitimate if you feel like you need to, is when you hear a word that triggers you, ask yourself what takes a person to go through that experience to be so much in pain in order to use that word. So hear it as a cry for help and not a look at what your quote unquote people are doing to us. So my experience was mostly shaped by living in East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is internationally recognized to be occupied by the State of Israel, even though Israel recognizes it to be one unified East and West Jerusalem and part of the State of Israel, which creates a lot of borders and separation. Some of them are physical borders, like the border between myself and where my grandma lives in Ramallah, where I need to pass a checkpoint every time I want to visit, or an imaginary border that is between East and West Jerusalem that divides me from my Jewish and Israeli neighbors, that I don't speak their language. The way that I like to describe it is referencing my school. So I went to a school that was located in Damascus Gate, Bab al-Amud. And there, you're walking there, regardless of where you're from in Palestine, you feel like you're among Palestinians, you're amongst your people, the people that know your language, the people that understand your culture and know your culture, and regardless of the security and army personnel that are around you, you feel somewhat safe. When you walk a 15-minute walk and cross that imaginary line, that imaginary border, you flip from becoming a majority to becoming a minority. You become amongst people that don't know your language, that are scared of it if you speak it, don't know anything about your identity and culture, and in the best of cases, don't recognize it to exist. So that is what kind of formed my my identity and who I am. And I know in the bio, like it says that like I'm a Palestinian citizen of Israel, which always confuses people, because when Robert sent me the intro, I was like, I have a lot of explaining to do. But luckily we have hours of the podcast for you to listen to if you haven't already. But what actually shaped my, like what actually got me into my activism is being a Palestinian woman, because, and I always say this, that when I walk into any room, regardless of who's inside of the room, before I open my mouth, I don't walk in as Muslim. I don't walk in as a Palestinian. I don't walk in as Arab. I walk in as a woman first. And even if the majority of the people there are also women, we're still in a patriarchal system, even in the brightest democracies. Even here in Canada, being a woman, I see all the women nodding, being a woman is not easy. So that was my first fight. And I was looking for places to express myself, because even in my own household, I felt like I was like suffocating. I felt like there was something that like I needed someone to hear, someone to amplify what I was feeling. And funny enough, when I was in Al-Quds University in Palestine, studying medical imaging, something completely unrelated to what I do now.
Bravo, Leki, bravo.
I came across like an organization that gave courses about citizen journalism, which is basically what I do now. I report online, and I'm not an actual journalist. And there I found other women from the Middle East and North Africa that were speaking my same language, not literally, but similar to my experiences. And I didn't know that in the Middle East and North Africa, Jewish women were included, Israeli women were included in that. And that kind of made a certain alliance that I wasn't aware of before. And that was kind of the first domino that brought me to where I am today. So fast forward to a year and a half ago, even more, I think now, when October 7th happened, I was actually in the center and literally experienced it, like on the phone of what was happening and the bombs and going to shelters. And I was an activist back then. I started my activism journey in 2019, and I felt myself like, what can I do? I don't care who I help. I just want to help. I want to do something. This is what I promised myself that I wanted my life to be about, and I can't do anything. And it kind of made me so helpless. And then Ibrahim and I decided, like, we're terrified, but we still got to do something. And I guess the first comfort zone was social media, was starting a podcast. And we never, or at least myself, never imagined that like I would be where I am today with how people resonated with it. And we take it one step further, because we say we want to do actual activism, and we talked about comfort zones before. So we hit the streets, we go to the occupied West Bank, we like anywhere we can help in any way, shape, or form, which we try to do that. And part of that is being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing.
I can talk forever, so you're gonna have to stop me.
That's why we flew you here. So, and by the way, it's real tea. We can drink it. Just like, so as a Palestinian woman in Canada, I also feel sometimes like I'm a minority within a minority. Like I hear what you're saying. I find that I've connected with a lot of my Jewish friends here who are mothers, because we have that same shared motherhood experience. I also really connect with this whole mixed identity concept, because I feel like growing up in Canada, Canadians might see me as one thing, but then going to visit my cousins in Jerusalem, they're like, oh, well, she's an American. She's like, Ajnabiya. Like, she's just a foreigner. Like, do you even understand what we're saying? So I've always felt like I wasn't enough of one, and maybe that's in my own head, but how would that, I guess, mixed identity compare or contrast with your identity, if you wanted to just address like living in this third world or this dual world?
I think many people can relate to that, because we like live in a world where like it's not black and white. Like many people have different identities, religions, backgrounds, interests, and I like to see it as a superpower, even though it is a curse in some ways and sometimes, because you can like walk through worlds, you can like talk to people, get introduced, speak languages, because when you learn a language, it's not just learning a language, it's learning an entire culture. So I see it as a superpower, but it's not only just between like, let me start between living in Jerusalem. It's, you feel like, and everywhere in like places like that, you live in your own bubble. And unless you actively choose or that the world takes you somewhere else, you will only be in that bubble. And you will think that everywhere else in the world is the same thing. So the first time I traveled on an exchange program with my school, I kid you not, we interrupted chemistry class for the teacher to tell us that there is no checkpoint to get from Germany to Austria. She told us, the way that she put it is that there is she was like, there's a plant between that country and that country, and all you have to do is cross it. No one's going to ask you anything. And we took an entire class on how that is possible. So it's about like not knowing. I don't want to call it ignorance, because it's not a negative thing. It's just that people need to be exposed, need to put themselves in that situation. When I went to study in Palestine for the first time, yes, I have relatives that live in the West Bank, but I never actively went there every single day. And they never, like the other students in that university, they would tell me things like they wouldn't know what we go through at all in Jerusalem, even though we're all Palestinian, like before we even get to the Jews and the Israelis, Palestinians within themselves. In my mind, coming here to Canada, even until now, is closer than going to Gaza. I don't know what that's like. We share water. We share it's the same. When I'm at the beach in Jaffa or in Haifa or whatever, it's the same water. Yet I don't know what it's like to be there. And that creates a different dialect. It creates different traditions. It creates different reality, even within the same identity. So then we go to like knowing what it's like to be like Israeli, to be Jewish in Israel. And with the plus and minuses, put political opinions aside, it's a complete, like things that I never even thought. Now they're like familiar, and I can joke around when like I know the Jewish holidays, I know the Israeli culture. So it is a superpower, and right now we use it to kind of convey and connect people and to promote dialogue over debate. But it's even like more like, imagine being allow me to use the bold word, a Jewish Arab or an Arab Jew, or a Middle Eastern Jewish person. The first time I was invited to Shabbat dinner to go there, like I felt like I was at my grandparents' house, even from how the Hebrew is spoken, like with the ayn, the ha, the cha, like all these things, the rugs, the way that they do their Jewish customs felt so much connected. So they also have that superpower. They just need to choose to use it. And that's why in the state, they choose to separate Palestinians, like to make that division, to make sure that the Palestinians in Israel call themselves Arab, and the Jewish Israelis that come from Arab countries call themselves Mizrahi, Middle Eastern, not Arab, because they're not the same. They can't connect. So what we have to do is connect.
Thank you. Someone gave us a little ululation over there. Thanks, Lena. I'm not going to do it. So you're going to do it? You could do it. Tfadalu. You can do it anytime you want. I've had a really evolving nature with the word normalization in my life. So in diaspora, it's really evolved, and it's taken a lot of time for me to figure out what is my relationship with the word normalization. I think growing up, I felt really conflicted about the word, as if it's almost an insult if somebody were to call me a normalizer. That's what I would want to avoid. At the same time, going to visit my cousins Jerusalem, and I see how they're interacting with the society. Like it's just tiny moments for me where I see people taking shekels out of their pocket and buying a toy in West Jerusalem Mall in Mamilla, and I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean? Like, what do you, isn't that? So I wanted to understand, like, when you hear the word normalization now, what does it mean to you? And how has your relationship with that word changed?
Well, the example you gave, like it's also like complicated, the difference between being in the land, the difference being outside of the land in the diaspora, and in Jerusalem, like it's kind of like, even if you didn't go to the shops, you like pay taxes. Like whether we like it or not, we pay taxes to the state. So it's kind of like there is that wishy-washy line of things we can control and things we cannot control. Like even though Jerusalemites aren't citizens, they're residents of the state. They pay full taxes. They can't vote for prime minister. Like all these things, but they still live within the same, like that imaginary wall that we talked about. Now going back to normalization, I think just so like no one misunderstands or misinterprets, I think that normalization is wrong. I think for what we're doing, we need to create a new word for it. I don't think, why should we waste time, energy, and effort in order to prove people that a certain term can be good, and in the product of that also justify things that, because there is wrong normalization. There is wrong normalization that justifies the oppression and the occupation of the Palestinian people. Why waste time and tell that, oh, it can be good, and create that gray area? Let's just create a new term. And there is a term, and a lot of people use it. It's co-resistance. It's like we're resisting together. It's putting the power dynamics up in front. It's understanding who has power over who, when, where, who has the responsibility of what, while saying that we're not normalizing. We are both co-resisting the status quo that is happening, that is oppressing both of us, not just the Palestinians, but the Israelis as well. Because like the first example that comes to mind is the forced draft. Think whatever you want, but being a 17, 18-year-old and you're forced to go and serve, being a mother, letting your children having to go serve is a sort of is oppression. It is oppression to hold a gun, to control. Like it is something that oppresses your mind. And an 18-year-old should go travel, study, explore their own identity, and not have to do that. And then it goes further and further, because you can't oppress someone without being oppressed yourself. It just doesn't work like that. It doesn't work that way. So I think, like, just to conclude, we need to call out the bad normalization and stop saying like, I really hate it when Palestinians say like, even though what they're doing is fine and I have no problem with it, but I hate when they say, yeah, I'm a normalizer, I'm doing something good, because this is what I'm normalizing. I'm not normalizing this. Just ditch the word. Like use another one. Don't let people misunderstand you. Don't waste your breath. Don't waste your time. Fine, normalization is bad. We're not doing that. We're co-resisting. That's what we're doing.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I know one of the peace activists in Los Angeles I've come to know and love, who couldn't be here because of the border situation, Adnan Jaber. The way he talks about it and helped me to understand it as somebody in diaspora is, we are furthering human rights. We are furthering LGBTQ rights. We are furthering women's rights. We are furthering climate justice. So I like how he has also chosen to use new language. So that's been helpful. I think before we go to Q&A, I wanted to ask a few more thoughts. And I think, when I see Palestinians in diaspora organize, it looks like some tactics are heavily punished, heavily frowned upon, and don't work. I wanted to ask you, if you were to give me advice as someone in diaspora on how is it that I can help human beings living in Jerusalem, what methods do you recommend that we use to help make life better for you and your family and friends in Jerusalem?
I think, and I always say this, like before giving recommendations, before telling you what to do, first and foremost, we have to say, regardless of what kind of activism or organizing that is done by Palestinians in the diaspora, we have to say thank you. That is first and foremost. There are places and conflict areas that don't even make headlines. And the fact that we are lucky enough that we make the news, that we make newspapers, that people talk about us, that people carry our flags and put on our kufiyas when we cannot, is just something that first and foremost we need to say thank you for. And then we say that passion and that love and that devotion needs to also listen to the people in the land in order to understand how they can best help. Because I think that sometimes it does more harm than good. Sometimes it just from lack of understanding, from not understanding the complexity, from fear of normalization, from pain also, because there is an Israel and Palestine that lives outside of Israel and Palestine. Because I don't know when the last time you visited Palestine for, but there are some Palestinians in the diaspora that have never visited, and the only Palestine they know is 1948 and the Nakba story that their grandparents carried with them when they were expelled from their home. That is the Palestine that they know, and that is the Palestine that they're fighting for. That is the trauma that they carry and that they will give to their children. So same thing for Israel. There are some Jews, Israelis even, that live outside and only visit the country to, I don't know, for holidays and see the best, amazing image of the country. And that is what they know. They go to Jaffa, they see that there are Arabs and there's Arabic and they're speaking, and how can there be apartheid there? I've been there myself, I've seen it, it's not true. What you see is not true. And if it is true, it's a small, unrepresentative fraction. So first and foremost, come and visit. Come and visit. Like, make sure you come, and when you come, see the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. Talk to us as much as you can, and be as inclusive and as creative in your resistance as possible. Like, we don't focus on who you're going to exclude, on who you're going to bring down. Focus on who you're going to bring up. Like, if you're going to waste energy on putting something down, at the very least, put something in that place, like build something up. And I say that specifically for like the boycotts and the things like that. I personally think, as someone who believes in nonviolent resistance and nonviolent communication, boycotting is a legitimate and sometimes powerful way to resist nonviolently. You can't tell people not to boycott. I will say that it's not enough. Just boycotting and putting something aside is not enough. You need to invest, not just divest. Invest in the initiatives in the ground. Understand what's happening in Palestine. Where are the Palestinians? What are they doing? How can you help? Not just where are the things that do bad, but where are the things that do good, and how can I amplify them? And be inclusive. Whoever wants to come and join your protest, let them join. Whoever wants to come into the room, let them join. Why are you wasting so much energy to not allow people to enter? Let people come in, let people talk, as long as we agree on the same set of values. And that's what we do in the podcast. Like, we're three people. It's me, Ibrahim, and Evelyn right there. And we all have different opinions. We have different solutions for what should happen to our homeland. Everything, but we always go back to like the set of values. Even like the term, if Ibrahim was here, he would have said completely different things. And even his opinion on boycotting and that's okay, that's fine. Like, we are not a monolith, not as Palestinians, not as peace builders, not as activists. And I think that's what the diaspora kind of like community needs to understand, that diversity is a power and not a weakness. Just go back to the values of coexistence, that it's dialogue over debate, that it's nothing can justify the occupation, that it's the people come first, the land is second, the priority is saving the people, and just agree on a set of values and continue straight.
Thank you. Excellent. I think we're going to go to questions now. So for 15 more minutes before questions. Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure we're on time. I don't have a clock. That's good. Okay. I have all sorts of questions. I think my next question would be, if you're comfortable sharing or not, what is your relationship with your passport? Because I remember my grandmother, Khadija Ali Irhama, God rest her soul, she used to come and visit us, and then she lived with us in the last 10 years of her life. And I remember she had no passport. She had a laissez-passer, which was like a cute little piece of paper folded in four. We're like, what is this piece of paper? She's like, it's my laissez-passer. Where is my laissez-passer? Like, my let pass. So I think I grew up, and then I didn't know until later in my life that it was possible to have a passport and to be mobile and to maybe even vote. So that to me was like, there was one person in my family out of everybody that had that. So I'm so curious, what is your relationship with your passport?
It's a good question. The laissez-passer, I think, is the French travel document that Palestinians from East Jerusalem have. It's not a real passport.
Right.
Like, and it sucks. Like, you need visas for everything. It's absolutely horrible. But it is better than the Palestinian document, like the Palestinian travel document. That is absolutely like useless. There's there's so many checks and balances you need to make in order to travel. And then there's the Israeli citizenship that some people are born with, which is more like the 48 Palestinians that live in a certain area in what is now Israel, 48 Palestine. And then you have Jerusalemites like myself. So I was born with Israeli citizenship. So I didn't choose. The reason for that is that my grandfather on my mom's side used to work in the municipality during Jordan, before the separation, before everything. And he was offered to keep his job in exchange for taking the passport and dropping his Jordanian passport at the time, because Jerusalem was under the control of Jordan. And he did. And then when my mom became of age to apply for an ID, that laissez-passer, the normal ID, she went, didn't speak Hebrew, was so intimidated. She said yes to everything. 2 weeks later, she had a passport. Her siblings, some of them said no, because we don't want to normalize, yada, yada, yada. And they don't have it. So they have different ways of applying for things, different places they can or cannot travel to. So again, it's super, super complex. My relationship with, I think like it depends. Like, I hate it. That's first and foremost. I really don't like it. It's mostly survival's guilt, because I keep on asking myself, why do I have it? Why, out of all the people, do I get to travel and others can't travel as easily as I can? Why do I have the privileges? Why? I tried to shift those questions to, okay, I have it. There's nothing, like, I don't have any other citizenship. I can't drop it for anything else. What can I do with it? How can I use these privileges to better the lives of my people, of Palestinians? What can I do? Should I talk to more Israelis? Should I travel here and come here? So it is a kind of like a love-hate relationship, because when you see what that flag, what that passport, and I'm sure many Jewish people here are even more angry than I am about what's going on in their name. And then I was like, and I walk into a different country with that passport, and people think that I'm Israeli or Jewish. When I use it, I feel like I need to explain. I feel like I need to say, oh, it's not what you think. It's like more complicated. Not all people are the same. And then I hate it even more when people use me as, oh, look, the Arabs in Israel, they're fine. They have the right to vote. They're ministers, they're lawyers, they're doctors, and it's used as a justification to kind of sugarcoat what's going on. And that's also something that I hate. I don't think it should be something that people should be ashamed of, because it's things that we didn't choose. And even if it was a choice for Palestinians from Jerusalem that do have a choice to apply for citizenship, and they choose it because it's better for education or it's better for their family or whatever reason, it's what you do with it. It's what you do with what you've got to better your life, your family's life, and the collective's life, I think is what matters. And there's always a story. There's always a story.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing. Very good. I have one more question before I move to questions and from the audience, and that is about your experience in Northern Ireland, if you're comfortable sharing. Because, yeah, I mean, I'm following you and I'm seeing you and Ibrahim go to Northern Ireland, and I always try to look at what is happening around the world with other seemingly intractable cycles of violence, which I know is maybe not the right word to use for some folks, but just to say as a matter of fact, did you take anything that we can learn here from what you saw in Northern Ireland that you'd like to share? And is there anything that you would like to inform as to how we can move forward?
I think I wasn't expecting this question. It's okay. There's so much I can say. Like, every single time I've been there 3 times. I've been there maybe even more. And every time you go there, especially as Palestinian or even Israeli, or if you come from any kind of like messed up reality, you learn something every single time. Every single time you like leave kind of like different, especially if you're an activist. You learn something. And the last time I went there, it was the focus on power, I think, just to understand how like important the acknowledging the power dynamic is, and how important separate work is, because it's amazing and great for Palestinians and Jews to come together and work together, but we also need to work separately. We had a conversation about like power being given and power being taken, and how important it is to take the power and not be given the power, because usually like as much as like I love the Jewish and Israeli friends and partners and family that I've made, when I fight for peace, I first and foremost say that I fight for us first. And I've noticed that it's the same path. And that's what I tell the Palestinian groups that I meet when I want to explain what I'm doing and why I do what I do. And I was like, it's not lovey-dovey. It's actually very selfish, not selfless. You do it for yourself first. It's not because we love each other. It's not because we care so much about the other person or how similar we are, or how it's about how great our future is if we decide to do this, and how great it will be, and how much it will change. And just hearing the Catholics and the Protestants say that, and how great, like how the Catholics, which resonate a lot with Palestinians there, where you can see like Palestinian flags. It's like really borderline creepy. But they tell you how important it was for them to get power, political power, social power, like all of it. They needed power. And then I was like, okay, then it's on us. We can't wait for people to invite us. Like, just you are the one, like as a Palestinian woman, inviting me means so much to me. In Amsterdam, it was the same thing. It was a Palestinian woman that helped organize things, and it just meant something completely different. And it gives you power. You stand on that stage saying it's not someone else inviting me. I'm part of the organizing. I'm not just invited to speak. We are a part of this. And I think that's what we need to do. Like, the joint work is amazing. The separate work needs to be just as powerful.
I like that. The idea of building leadership within our own communities,
yes.
Being additive. I like that
Because
feature.
we're like fighting for independence. We're fighting for recognition. Who's going to lead that independence? Who's going to lead that recognition? It's going to be us. It's not going to be anybody else for us. It has to be us. And we have such a hard fight even after liberation, because even after liberation, we have women's rights to fight for, minority rights within Palestinians to fight for, tribalism and discrimination, queer rights to fight for, like so much more that we need to do. And we need to be strong to do that, alongside all the joint things that we need to do and the dialogue we need to have, regardless of what kind of solution happens in the land.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we are going to take some audience questions now. We have some mic runners. The mics will be held by the moderators, and then they will help. If you kindly want to keep your questions instead of statements, if you'd like to frame it as a question, that would be appreciated. I know we all like to make statements. I've made a number of statements today, so we'll have a minute to find people. Okay. Okay, Marcia, I think we have some. Okay, great. We have a question. Thank you.
Hi, been enjoying hearing you talk. So following up for what you just said, what are you and your colleagues doing to change the Palestinian government?
To change?
Your government, to make it a bit more, I don't know, you can use the right words for that.
So technically your government is the government of Israel, correct?
So
What
that
about
complicates-
no, but I'm talking about Mahmoud Abbas's, the PLO,
The PA.
the Fatah. What are you doing to change who is running that particular government?
don't know if you are able to speak on behalf of the PA. Are you part of the? I mean,
No, no, no.
You're not part of the
I will say that like part of what I'm trying to do in my activism is to communicate with as many people as possible, and in order to bridge that gap, because when you leave a place, you kind of or even as like a Palestinian citizen of Israel, you start and using that passport, you focus on one specific thing, which is the government that you can vote for, and then you kind of forget, and you should not forget what the PA and any kind of Palestinian leadership. But I am like I co-resist with other Palestinians that are in the occupied territories that are trying to build that different leadership. I think it's way different because it's a different kind of system. We can like criticize Israel as much as we want, but there's different types of kind of oppression, and the type that happens in the Palestinian government is that it's dictatorship. There hasn't been like elections in so many years. Like they hold their seats with their nails and teeth. Like it's crazy. And whoever, I think the majority that you ask, if they do not work for the PA, they are not fans of the PA. And that's like, it's like everybody says, sulta tmeen. Like who are they responsible for? How like nobody but unfortunately, it's kind of like chicken and egg. Everybody says that the first priority is to end the occupation, and that's where we're putting the effort in. And even when people want to act in front of the PA uses measures which is imprisonment or sometimes even death. If you're familiar with the case of Nizar Bannat, where he was a very charismatic leader. He wasn't one of those leaders that was like screaming or like calling for something. He was very diplomatic. He was speaking out on social media. He was imprisoned by the PA and mysteriously died from his wounds in prison. So that's what happened, and that's just one of the stories that we do know. So we have a lot of work to do there, and I think that's where the support from the diaspora needs to come. Like there's a lot of things, and the international community and international governments. That's the empowerment that we need. Because when I say like we need leadership, we need power, it's to form that new leadership, to form that new kind of entity that is going to lead in politics and in civil society.
Thank you. Good question. Another question. Yes. Who has the next microphone? Oh,
Yeah, I think you can tell us who to go to.
oh, you would
We'll
like me to
pass them
point?
around.
Okay. This lady here with the curly hair, and then George Kardahi in the back afterwards. Yeah.
Hala Amira, marhaba biki في Toronto.
Thank you.
I'm a journalist, and I wanted to ask, your podcast is called the Third Narrative Podcast. You said there's always a story. I'm curious what openings looking into narrative has created for you over the last 2 years. What has re-examining the narrative showed you or made possible? And what more work needs to be done on the narrative front? Because I think narrative is so central to this, obviously. So what is the promise that you've seen in the narrative work that you're doing? What work still needs to be done? What are we still missing?
So it's before I answer, just to make sure that I understood the question, can you rephrase it? The question?
Sure, yeah, just narrative as a tool is so powerful in helping us understand, empathize, learn something new. And I'm wondering, in the work that you're doing, especially given that you all have such different opinions, just even within your own show, I feel like there's been a lot of narrative openings over the last 2 years. And I'm wondering specifically, since you're a Jerusalemite, you're on the ground, what changes have you seen in the narrative? What new possibilities or ways of telling this story have you seen that are perhaps encouraging? And also, like, what are we still missing in the narrative? What do you think needs to be perhaps brought to the forefront? What's perhaps part of the narrative that we're still struggling with, or that is harder to talk about? Because I know there's been improvements, but yeah, I'm kind of asking about what possibilities have you seen in the narrative, and perhaps what are some of the messier parts that perhaps we still need to untangle and talk about?
Okay, thank you. So about I think it's the most powerful thing is that it generates empathy. It's a very strong empathy generator, because sometimes the end or the coding of the opinion or the person is what you don't like, but after you understand where that comes from and where everything that is underneath, you can understand, you can swallow it better, and you can understand how to deal with it. Because sometimes we say something, or we justify something, or we support something because of a certain pain, because of a certain trauma, because of a certain experience, and it's not necessarily that thing that we support that we actually support. It's just we want to fill that void that is the pain, that is the trauma. So it helps us understand more, even though it's really powerful, because when you want to sit down and you have so much pain, you do feel like listening and acknowledging that pain kind of dilutes yours or justifies what is happening to you, when it's not, it's definitely not the case. I guess what I've been seeing is that specifically with social media, specifically with the documentaries that have been surfacing, is many of it's reaching more like specific audiences. It's reaching Palestinians, not as fast or as much as it should be, but maybe that's like a language thing. But it is getting there. And it is kind of, at the very least, it's making people not not criticize things that they would usually criticize, like the normalization issue. Like, I feel like there are many Palestinians, specifically after the release of the No Other Land film, and like the winning the Oscar, that I was even surprised from people that I know that at the very least didn't speak against it. They fine, didn't support it, but they didn't speak against it. And just said no comment. They're prominent figures in those societies, and they didn't speak against it. And that is because that narrative is being pushed, the narrative of co-resistance, the third narrative, all these things. People are starting to understand what it means, that it's not the normalization, it's not the empty peace promises that we have, the empty condemnations that we've got, that have kept our people in the status quo and limbo that they've been in. What we're missing, I think, is more of it, and not the the active part of it, that has a call to action at the end. That's not just, oh, let's listen to each other's narratives. It's what are we doing? What are we creating together? How do we move forward? How do we build on it? How do the people that participate in these narratives continue to grow separately and still join the same joint things? I hope that answers the question.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. I think George had a question.
Hi there. Hi, Amira. I listened to at least one episode of your podcast, and I know that there are many more. The question I have to you is, ليه ما بتعمليش بودكاست بالعربي يعني للمجتمع العربي?
Good question.
Okay, translate it so that I wanted to
Why?
speak in Arabic.
He's asking why the podcast isn't in Arabic. We do have one episode that is in Arabic. It's about it's interviewing 3 Nakba survivors, or two Nakba survivors and 1 Nakba baby, basically. The answer is, I'm just gonna say it, is honestly we were too sensitive maybe, and also scared for our own safety, not knowing what will happen if we speak up in Arabic or in Hebrew, even though we want to. That's why we have one episode in Arabic and 1 in Hebrew, and the rest is all in English. And in the beginning, we released the first episode of the podcast on the 29th of October 2023. That was the first episode. So you can't go ahead. So everything happened on October 7th and the aftermath also. So in Gaza, and you can't go ahead and tell after those events, go to Palestinians or Israelis and tell them, you know what would be nice to listen to each other right now. So we kind of took it slow, to be honest. And we thought that the work and improvement we could do is towards the international community, because the reaction we saw from the international community was anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. That's what we were seeing, whether it's in the States, here, like we saw synagogues being vandalized. There was the killing of the child, I think in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken, and then the shooting of the people in the kufiyas, and like so many things. And we were like, that's what we wanted to address. That was like that was the urgency that we saw we could like add to that. We are going through this right now, but the international community has a massive role to play to not add fuel to the fire, but to help us get out of this in the best way possible, that it's just for everybody, that ends the bloodshed, that makes sure that children are safe. So I guess that's why it's in English. But there is talk of future episodes or future initiatives to be in Arabic. So استنى شوي.
Wait just a little bit. Slowly. Nice. Okay, I think we'll do one more question and then we'll go to Jeff Carolyn afterwards to reflect. So this woman in the red, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree with you totally on your comments around the importance of narrative, understanding trauma, the importance of dialogue over debate. Here's something that challenges me, and I want to ask your opinion, especially when you say we shouldn't be fighting over words, just change the words, right? It's this notion that is really being pushed that disagreement with a narrative should be labeled racism, as opposed to political difference and people needing to come together. So if someone, these days with the discussion of racism and anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian racism, there's a notion that disagreement with a narrative, different lived experiences where people are trying to work it out, should be labeled racism. And I'd really love your opinion on that.
Do you have a question, my friend?
Yeah, that's the question. Is a disagreement with the Palestinian narrative to be called racism, or a disagreement with the Zionist narrative to be called anti-Semitism? That's the question. Or is it better to, in fact, have the dialogue, have the discourse, and find common ground together? Because really narrative is just the exchange of different lived experiences and stories.
I think that's a big question to end on, but I think it's an important and a serious one, actually. I think that racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism are all real things, and I think it's when it comes to like Palestinian, like anti-Palestinian or anti-Israeli, I think it's a case-by-case basis. I can't say that, like I cannot generalize. I think it's extremely dangerous to generalize in this case, because I don't think that any one is inherently the other. And I think the people that do say that, because like even I, like you can hear in one of our episodes, like the protest episode, I like the media shows you what they want to show you, and I was under the impression that the Palestinian protests were violent, were anti-Semitic, were this, were that. Not that there is anti-Semitism in some X, Y, and Z, and I think, unfortunately, that these big terms, such as anti-Semitism, are being used in order to excuse and shut down and to basically legitimize what is happening to us in the land. I will also say that, especially when it comes, like, I'm not sure about Canada, which maybe is safe here, so I can talk about the States. I think like when something happens in the States, like in a college campus or in whatever, it's not Palestinians and Israelis, it's Americans. Like, and I think that even if it happens here in Canada, if it happens in the States or in the UK, I think you should own up to that. Like, it is a problem that everybody in that specific location should address. Specifically, if it's like a college campus, that college campus should take responsibility of this is what's happening on your campus, and it's your students. It's not Palestinians in Israel, it's your students, and you need to address them. Legitimate, not legitimate, violent, not violent. You need to solve the problem. It's not for Palestinians to, like, I've had people telling me, you need to come to college campuses. No, we don't need to come to college campuses. You need to come to us to help us, not us coming to college campuses. Even coming here, like, understand that, and even if there is anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, I want to be bold to say that it's not coming from us. It's on your shore, it's on your land, it's from your people and your citizens. And if there is that problem, it needs to be addressed, and it has nothing to do with what is happening in the land. Like, what's happening in the land, you can see it on the news. Everybody, all of you have phones. You can understand what is happening is wrong, and it needs to be stopped. What happens, good or bad, in protests or in movements, shouldn't be a justifier or like a zero-sum kind of like a description of or a reflection of or a parallel of the situation back home. I think like that, if you take anything out of here, is that, like, figure your stuff out so you can help us.
Excellent comment to end on. Thank you so much, Amira. Thank you for coming. And
Thank you so much, Amira and Yafa. I feel like this is a good time while they're sitting down to confess that the amount of like celebrity status that I'm getting in my own family for getting to, no, really though, that is like at every like Friday night dinner, the Jewish tradition Shabbat, we are talking about Unapologetic, the third narrative, the latest episodes, and bridging our own very deep divide in our own family using your words and wisdom. So thank you so much. So we're a room of something like 200 people. I don't know if there's a Palestinian or Arabic equivalent to this, but I know an expression, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. And so what we wanted to offer before we move into the formal break is just about 5 minutes of an invitation for some quiet reflection. And you'll see on this also, I feel like I'm back at the Seder, like page 2. Our chicken is at the top again. It's the reprise of our Panic Zone chicken in some common Panic Zone reactions. Along the left to right is the fight axis, the attack other, the attack self. It's all your fault. It's all my fault. And then the flight axis, withdraw and avoid. There's a do not disturb on the chicken, little sign at the bottom. I'm too busy for this. I have a marathon to run. Or maybe I have social media to scroll on my phone, or whatever it is. Again, we're only a quarter of the way through today, and I have experienced so many things moving in my own body. And we wanted to just, with a couple prompts at the bottom, again, this is an invitation. You don't have to do this, of course, but we wanted to hold a little bit of stillness and quiet. If it's possible to get some of that gentle music, again, at the back, just before that. The prompts we've offered at the bottom, if you've noticed any quote unquote panic coming up, or even just that stretch, like some activation in your body, why do you think that's happening? What is it telling you about you? Your needs, your values, your lived experiences and identities. What's it telling you about what's important to you? Another way of looking at that, especially if you missed the description earlier, what emotions have you noticed move through you so far today? And how are they highlighting what's important to you? I find it so helpful before I turn, if I'm in a place of panic, something has happened, I've seen something on social media, my father has said something. I love you, Dad, I think you're watching online. And I'm not always able to do this, but is to notice, okay, what's happening for me? What feels impacted in me? How can I tend to that? And then how can I come back into the conversation? So you have, if you didn't bring a pen, there's like a woeful number of pens on the table, like 1 or 2. There's paper, you can use the handout. If you brought paper or a notebook, you can also just on your phone, if you want to draw, if you want to just sit, reflect, stretch, do a downward dog, I don't know, whatever you want. We're going to hold some stillness and quiet in the room for about 5 minutes, and then we'll move into a break. And there's a question.
Yes. Is it okay to talk amongst ourselves?
If we could, so there's going to be a full length break. So I would love if for just to hold even 3 or 4 minutes of just some quiet, just for those who find that helpful. And then there'll be a full break to chat. And then we will be having lunch together as well. So if we could just have a little bit of that gentle music and just hold some bit of quiet for 3 or 4 minutes. If you want to speak very quietly to your neighbor and they're consenting to that, that's of course fine. It's an opportunity to reflect and slow down. All right, thank you for those who are taking some quiet reflection. The next portion will resume at 11:15. And I did just want to name as we move into the break one more thing, which is if you're experiencing anxiety in your body in this room, like just hearing this being in a different kind of space, that's so understandable. It's okay. and just really inviting like stretching and movement, tending to your bodies. If you want to come chat with me up at the front, I think I'm okay to talk to. We can chat. So it's all welcome. Whatever you're feeling right now is real, and it's welcome. So we'll be back at 11:15.
Hello, everyone. We're going to be reconvening in 5 minutes or so. I know we want to get our coffee, but we'll be starting in about 5 minutes. So if you can make your way back to your tables, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry to be a nudge, but we have to get back to our seats if we can, so we can keep going with our program. Thanks so much. We're going to get going with our next panel in just a minute. So if you don't mind, seated out there in the vendors area, if you guys want to come back into the main hall, that would be great.
Thank you. I know that peace isn't someone else's job. Peace is not just for world leaders. We're just going to convene to talk about the next segment, but we'll give everyone a minute. One of the things I love about the Standing Together Toronto and Canada community is that I've learned that it's for us to step up and choose ourselves as leaders, the people. What I love about Standing Together is they encourage us, the people, to build our own leadership from within. If we're dissatisfied with our leadership, we have a choice. We can build our own leadership within. I ask everyone in this room to consider themselves a leader. I hereby appoint every single individual here a leader. And by the way, I skimmed the registration list, okay? And a lot of people here are like, you are all leaders in your own respect, in your own right. You're not an audience watching us. You are leaders. And I know that every single person who could be given the mic as well would also do a phenomenal, presentation here as well. I know many of you, and we have enormous leadership capacity in this room. So we would love to invite the next group up, and Robert will introduce them.
Thanks, Yafa. We talk about individual action, but collective action, concerted action is also needed in these difficult, tight days. One of our goals today is to generate not just understanding and hope, but real concrete actions which we can take here to influence the course of the history that we would otherwise just be observing. We need to act, to feel a sense of purpose in that action, to make a difference. So we're now pleased to introduce our Building the Purple Movement panel. The Canadian Friends of Standing Together have an urgent national call to action for Canada to advance its role as a peace builder in Israel-Palestine. I'll back off a little bit. This call to action was jointly developed by the Palestinian and Jewish members of the Friends of Standing Together, led by John Meadow, a Jewish Canadian and American citizen and public policy consultant, Raja Khoury, a Palestinian Canadian author and convener, Karen Golden, a Jewish Canadian lawyer with Israeli citizenship, and Bashar al-Shawa, an engineer from Gaza via Ramallah, and diplomacy and peace activist and specialist. Unfortunately, Raja couldn't be with us today because he's dealing with a family emergency, and we wish him the best, but he's here with us in spirit. This call to action has been endorsed by several Friends of Standing Together chapters across the country. For those of you feeling despair from the seemingly endless violence, we hope you will be inspired by this next panel, and we welcome you to join us in taking this action. Here's John, Karen, and Bashar.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Golden. First, I wanted to thank you, MPP Wong Tam, for joining us today. That's wonderful. We appreciate the support. I'm standing here because I'm passionate about the Standing Together movement, like many of you. And like many of you, there are moments that are so disheartening and discouraging where our capacity for hate, violence, and othering seems to cloud everything, and it's really tempting for us to just give up. I called my friend Bashar on one of those days in March to ask how he goes on. And Bashar, who's suffering from this conflict eclipses my own on the scale of about the sun to the moon, kindly implored me that this work is not a luxury. It's not optional. We must continue in order to give people on the land hope for a better future. And of course, we know he's right. For me, as a Jew with strong connections to Israel, including citizenship, the alternatives to persevering are really dreadful. What are they? Is one option a Jewish homeland whose existence is premised on the perpetual violent subjugation of another people? Far from being a refuge for Jews, for me, such a country would bear no relation to what it means to be Jewish. Is another option what they were calling for in the student encampments, a decolonization of Palestine, and Jews once again return to living as vulnerable minorities in other countries with no place for self-determination? That doesn't really feel okay to me either, and Jewish Israelis don't have another home to go back to. So with the Toronto Friends of Standing Together, I support Standing Together's fight against the occupation and for peace, equality, and social justice for all. We've been supporting them with fundraising and by spreading the message, but we want to do more as Canadians, especially now. Countries like Canada can and must take stronger actions to promote peace in the region. And Standing Together is an organization with special credibility because of its amazing work on the land, and this can be leveraged by us. Standing Together is also well positioned for this because it casts a wide net. We hear so many people debating this conflict on podcasts with conflicting views. And there are a number of times where I hear these seemingly opposing sides all seem to agree on their support for Standing Together. And it reminds me of that Simpsons episode where they go on a tour of Jerusalem and Homer unites the faiths in the old city by telling people to celebrate their commonalities and explains, some of us don't eat shellfish, some of us don't eat pork, but all of us like chicken. So there's a growing population that perhaps can agree on chicken and Standing Together. And with that collaboration between Jews, Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, and allies here in the Toronto Friends of Standing Together across Canada, I'm so proud to stand with my friends here to help explain what we're asking Canada to do and how we want to ask them to do it. So big picture, we want Canada to take steps to stop the violence and promote peace, and through this message to work to ameliorate polarization here at home. The founder of Standing Together and former member of Knesset, Dov Henin, was asked in a recent interview what we can do here in the international community. And he says we should not be seeing ourselves as bystanders, that we are protagonists in the struggle and we have a lot of influence on things. And we want to do just that. And we're doing this now in solidarity with the It's Time People's Peace Summit in Jerusalem at the beginning of May, because it is time. And with that, yeah, thank you. With that, I'm going to conclude, and I'm going to, unfortunately, as we said, Raja can't be with us, and so Bashar and John will offer their remarks and what brings them here and the specifics of the mandate, and then we'll take a seat and hear some questions. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Karen. It's hard to compete after this lovely speech. And thanks again to everyone who helped that we reach this moment by name. Yafa, Robert, John, Jamie, Lani, Karen, John, Raja, and lots of amazing people behind the scene helped us to reach this moment. And I'll start by the word weakness. Weakness, helplessness, oppression. These are not just emotions. They ache like a wound, a pain that seeps in. My experience has never been easy. For most of my life, I believed I was powerless. I was born a Palestinian refugee. And thanks to Amira, I would love to explain what kind of Palestinian, because within the Palestinians, we do have different Palestinians. So, long story short, my grandfather decided to leave Gaza in 1930s and moved to Jaffa because it was booming and started his business. My father was born in 1947 in Jaffa. After the Nakba, he ended a refugee. So that's why I was born a Palestinian refugee from Gaza outside Palestine. And a childhood and a child without a childhood I was. Without stability, I don't remember a school I stayed in or a childhood friend. We were always on the move. We were chasing safety. Then came a chance. I returned to my homeland after the Oslo Accords, and only to be shocked by a brutal reality: occupation, violence, death, injustice. At that time, I did what any Palestinian will do, and I tried to tell myself I was like everyone else, that I can or I could cope with that. Then a sniper's bullet shattered that illusion. I was shot by an Israeli soldier. I couldn't walk for a long time. And at that time, I was filled with rage, pain, and most of all, helplessness. I was helpless to move, helpless to stop the pain. I was helpless to reject the injustice. I remained trapped in that feeling until the day I had my biggest achievement, when I held my beautiful daughter, Luna. And for the first time, everything changed. In that moment, something shifted. I was no longer just a victim. I simply became a father. And with that came an overwhelming sense of responsibility. I found myself rejecting helplessness, rejecting weakness, rejecting the very oppression that had defined my life and had defined so much part of my life. I knew I had to try to fight for a change, for hope, not just for me, but for that beautiful kid. Since then, I have spent years building bridges, forming partnerships, trying to co-resist the status quo, and rejecting the oppression. And I have to prove myself and to others that change is possible, that hope is not a lie. And then, unfortunately, this war started. And when this war began, and again, I lost loved ones, family, friends, uncles, aunts, nieces, nephews, colleagues in Gaza. The pain returned. And the powerlessness returned. My body collapsed at that moment. My gallbladder burst from the stress and the grief. And after walking up the surgery, I faced the same question, the same test. Would I return to being that helplessness child, that victim, or I would remain the Bashar who chose to act, to never stop working for peace, for justice? Today, we are all facing that same test. As individuals, as groups, as communities, societies, Jews, Arabs, Muslims, white, natives, indigenous, whatever. And this is a challenge at the end to our humanity, to our values, to everything we stand for. But we have a choice. Remember that we have a choice, a chance to create a change, to say no to helplessness, no to injustice, and yes to action, yes to responsibility, yes to protecting not just ourselves, but the world that we all share. So change is possible if we want it. And that truly is our choice. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Bashar. Thank you, Karen. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today and for your commitment to being part of this critical conversation. My name is John Meadow. I'm a Jewish Canadian and American citizen living in Toronto, and it gives me so much hope to share this podium with two amazing Jewish and Palestinian friends and colleagues, Bashar al-Shawa and Karen Golden. Thank you so much. And as you heard, Raja Kuhuri, who has worked closely with us, unfortunately is unable to join due to a family matter. So just over a year ago, about 400 of us were here in this room, hearing from leaders of Standing Together, Itamar Avneri and Rula Daoud. And thank you, Itamar, for coming back to see us again. So when we were here at that time, Itamar and Rula shared a practical and radical message of peace that I know resonated deeply with many of us. And at that time, 13 months ago, Friends of Standing Together as an idea in Canada was perhaps just a spark. But today it's really a small and growing flame owing to the work of so many people in this room. And the energy of this purple movement is something that we're feeling across the country. And so what we're here today to do is to share an important update with you about our path forward as Canada Friends of Standing Together when it comes to advocacy. So several months ago, Karen, Bashar, Raja, and I began to work on a call to action from Canada Friends of Standing Together. Our goal was to create a new statement to the Canadian government and to our communities outlining joint advocacy priorities from our movement, including Canadian Palestinians, Israelis, Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, and allies. And after much iteration and engagement with Friends of Standing Together coordinators across the country, today we're really happy to be releasing this call to action to all of you. So you're going to find it on your tables. There are a few copies. It's also printed, very small print, on the back of your programs. And it's on our website as well of Toronto Friends of Standing Together. We're releasing this document with the endorsement of Friends of Standing Together in Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, London, and Vancouver. So many of the partners from these chapters and others are online with us today. And I also want to give a shout out to them and say a big thank you for your work and for your engagement to help us get to this point. So when Itamar was here last year, he said something about standing together that really stuck with me. And it was this, that we're not finding the middle ground, we're creating entirely new ground. And that's what we're trying to do with this call to action. That's what it's all about. So it's about building a new majority for peace and equality from within our communities on the basis of shared values and interests. And it's about bringing this message forward to the Canadian government in the interest of advancing Canada's role as a peace builder. So we don't have a lot of time here, but I just want to go through the call to action so you're aware of what's within it. Most urgently, we are calling on the Canadian government to take urgent diplomatic action to permanently end the war in Gaza. This includes a full deal, no less, the return of all hostages, no less, and an end to the war, no less. This path requires the release of Palestinians in administrative detention without charge, ending efforts to reestablish settlements in Gaza, and urgent international action on humanitarian aid and reconstruction of Gaza for Palestinians. Next, we are calling on the Canadian government to export long-term support for peace and equality, not war. This includes working with international partners to advance the regional plan for peace outlined by Arab states, investing in peace-building efforts in alignment with commitments made by the G7, extending and strengthening Canadian arms sales restrictions, taking stronger action against military actions and settlement expansion in the West Bank, and amplifying the work of pro-peace movements in Israel-Palestine. Lastly, we're calling on the Canadian government to support solidarity and partnership in our own society. And this includes investing in bridge building between local communities with ethnic, social, and religious ties to the land, removing barriers within the measures that have been established to provide temporary residency for Gazans with family in Canada, and resisting anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian racism, Islamophobia, and bigotry of all types. So this call to action is a living document that will continue to evolve with our growth as Canada Friends of Standing Together and in response to developments in Canada and on the land. So on the cusp of this federal election, now is really a good time to be putting our voice out there and building this up. We've started to engage politically already with early positive response. And I just want to acknowledge that doing this work is no easy task for all of us. Bringing people together in this room in a time of ongoing killing of Palestinian children and families in Gaza, the use of starvation as a weapon, and the continued suffering of Israeli hostages is not easy. And there can be push and pull in our work, even around every word. We feel it even in our small group, our small working group. But we know that what unites us is greater than what divides us, and we believe that there are many others out there who feel the same way. So we want to find supporters across the country who are interested in building political support for this mandate to promote peace on the land and social cohesion here at home. And I'm going to turn it back to my friend Bashar to speak a little bit more about that. Thank you.
So before taking the questions, you will have on your tables a QR code. Again, technology, but we're using technology for good things. So, and we will ask you just to scan if you want to help with the call to action. You can do that. Also, for people who are not friends with technology, there will be a signing sheet at the front table here. You're more than welcome to come and share your details, but we want you to help spread this purple movement among your communities and your families and your workplaces. We need just to raise hope. This is the idea, to bring back hope, because unfortunately Canada not only imported the conflict, imported dehumanization of the other, imported losing hope, and our goal to raise and bring hope back to people. And we also have a big opportunity nowadays with the election season, and hopefully after the post-election, we are looking for people who are willing to help and to take this message to their political leaders. And again, thank you for being here. Your presence here means a lot, that people do have faith. I came from Palestine, and the sense back there that we're left behind. No one is caring. We're only us fighting and struggling with this injustice. But I'm trying my best every day to send this hope back home to my family and friends, that people do stand for justice, stand for humanity. It's not about being pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli. It's about being pro-human and just rejecting this injustice. So thanks again, and we're happy to take some questions.
Yes. So I'll be the question moderator here. If anyone has a question for either any of the three, I know it's a lot. Yes, it was right here, and there's a mic right here. Just hold on a sec. Yes, right. Yes, that'd be great.
Hi, I'm Toby King. Thank you all so much for speaking and for your leadership in this past year and beyond. I'm absolutely behind every point in this document. Who do we go bother? Who do we make it a problem for? Like, I know things will obviously change in the next week after the election, but like names, office addresses, emails, phone numbers, who do we go bother, and how do we make it a problem for them?
Thank you. Good. Thank you so much for the question. So the first thing that you can do is scan that QR code, fill out your information, say how you want to help. What we want to do is build a critical mass of people that are interested in doing just that, so that we can best organize, divide our forces, and figure out who it is that we're going to be speaking with. Very soon, we're going to have newly elected MPs. Soon after that, there will be newly appointed ministers. But it's not just about that. It's also about our own communities. And so if you can fill out your information, encourage others to do the same, we're going to want to talk a lot more about it. Thank you.
Yes, there's one back. Keep your hand up and we'll get a mic to you, sir.
Hi. I'm wondering what the endpoint is. What is what political entity do you see as the endpoint of the end of these struggles? Is it a unitarian country with equal rights for all Jews and Israelis and Palestinians? I find the use of Israeli and Jews a little bit problematic, especially in Canada, where synagogues are being attacked because of Israeli policies, of which, of course, we have absolutely no control. Like we can't vote in Israel. But that's a side point. But what I really want to know is what is the end point? What are you working towards?
So is your question, what's our solution for peace in the Middle East? I thought so. I should have said, I don't know that we're going to have all the answers to your questions. I think that what we're trying to do with this mandate is amplify the message of standing together on the land, which is building this new path forward, a new political will forward. And they're going to be speaking more about that this afternoon to try and, build leadership on both sides. I think what we see now is that we're convinced that there is no military solution to this conflict. And we want Canada to be supporting people on the land and avoiding steps that support war and taking steps that promote peace, as was said earlier, to help our brothers and sisters on the land achieve a just peace.
Yes, there's a.
I would like.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Mishra.
Is this working? Okay. There are two different topics here, just to make things clear. There are the stuff that should be done on the ground, on the land, back home, and what we can do here in Canada. And this call to action is related to what Canada and Canadians can do to help. Maybe we can't control the situation back home, but you have the chance here as Canadians to help by supporting the path, the opportunity, the hope, and by using the momentum of the raising conflict and unbelievable, insane things happening back home, and the potentials here in Canada with the new government and the disagreements and agreements happening here with your southern neighbors and around the world. So we do have an opportunity here to position Canada. Canada has the credibility, by the way. Canada always had the credibility in a way or other back home. So we can build on this by making Canada a leader in peace building, a leader in helping people, instead of being a partner in the conflict and raising the violence and the hate. So this is the opportunity.
So I know there's a lot of other questions you may have, and you can speak to John and Bashar and Karen at lunch, which is about to happen. But I'd like to bring, if it's okay with you guys, to you provided us again exactly what we're, Amira, and I know Itmar and Angela are going to provide us, that sense of hope, that sense of that, as I say, we're not just observers. You know, I think many of us feel I certainly know I've felt after October 7th, and particularly after the response to October the 7th, that just being an observer of this was intolerable, just intolerable. This wasn't something that we could observe. It had to be something that we had to participate in, which is, I think, why we're here today. So thank you guys extremely much. And I'm going to call Jeff Carolyn back in just before we have a break for lunch.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much to those speakers. We are going to be moving to lunch in about 5 minutes. I don't know if everybody was aware, but there is a lunch that's being provided. It's a box lunch. You can go grab it and bring it back to your table. And then you will be at your table with some other humans for about an hour until 1 if you choose to stay in the space. And I don't normally work in rooms this big. Usually I'm a part of the circles that I'm in, but we wanted to do a little experiment. This is an invitation. You're obviously welcome over lunch to just chit chat or be quiet or go for a walk, do what you need to support your body. A lot has come through. I have moved at various moments from that comfort zone into stretch, into panic, sometimes a bit of space. It's supposed to be a warm day out today. Springtime is maybe coming finally. So do what you need to do for your body. And if you want to try being in conversation with some people that you haven't met, but you're sitting at a table with, I wanted to offer just a little bit of structure to that. And you can try it out. And if you don't, that's okay too. And that's page 3. Turning to page 3 in our this is the last step of our Seder. The Seder is the Passover ritual meal for those who have never been to one. You are welcome in my home next year. So what we wanted to propose, again, just as an idea, a listening circle for those who are familiar. It's a practice that I've learned from Indigenous teachers. It's also in many faith and spiritual traditions and lineages. And it's a very simple technology. To explain that to my family, the idea of going around person to person without interrupting, some would label anti-Semitic. I have the benefit of learning from many different traditions, though. So the round one, if you want to try this out, the invitation would be to share your name, your pronouns, if you would like to share them. And we start easy. Tell a story about your name. So my name, Jeff, as an example, the Ashkenazi Jewish tradition that I grew up with is to be named after a relative who has passed before you were born. I was named for my father's mother, Jean. So that would be a story about my name. So a story about a name or a nickname, and or share your favorite comfort food. My favorite comfort food is like cereal in the evening. Right? Wow. It's the most popular thing I've ever said. And particularly like a mix of Cheerios and Life cereal. Yeah, all right. So this is intentional to start, this is one of the world's hardest subjects to talk about. So my advice generally to people is don't start with it. Try to connect on something a little bit different. So that's why that's proposed for round one. And then round two, why did you come here today? And then another one we put there, is there anything you want to share from your reflections earlier or just your experience of comfort, stretch, and panic? So a couple more things just to offer. 2 to 3 minutes per person per round is generally what I suggest. Some of you may be really excited to talk. Some of you may be more shy, so some time actually can be supportive. And the last thing I'll say before we break, guidelines for stretching in a listening circle at the bottom there. Confidentiality, would ask people to follow that guideline. If you hear stories from someone, to not go out and share those stories, to respect people's confidentiality. Focus and presence. One of the most beautiful things we can offer each other in these kinds of moments is our listening. And particularly if I'm on my phone, I'm not listening. And if you're on your phone and I'm trying to talk, I feel deeply unlistened to. That's my experience. So invitation there to have phones on silent. Respectful listening or listening and stretch, as Yafa was saying earlier, that's listening to understand rather than to judge or interpret or fix. It's sometimes called listening without jiffing. It didn't quite come through in the photocopy, but that's judging, interpreting, and fixing. Listening and acknowledgement doesn't mean I agree with you. It means I'm just trying to honor your story and your experience and assuming best intentions. This is a hard thing to talk about. People are coming here. If they're saying something, it's obviously something that's up for them. If you find it hard to listen to, you can also take a break. That's the last one. Respect for yourselves, for your bodies. As we've been talking over the course of today, if it's too much, your nervous system's tapped out, I'm going to take a break now. No one is forced to be in conversation also. The last thing I wanted to say was respectful speaking. Speaking from the I, what I think, what I feel. No one is asked to be speaking on behalf of any group, nor should anybody be being asked to speak on behalf of a group. Can you tell me why your group? No. Everybody's here on their own terms, with their own experiences and their own views. And also, it's be great if people could avoid comments that reference stereotypes and assumptions about another group. So for example, a sentence like, wow, you're really for blank. You might have that thought. We're all born with biases. We have them, but you don't, until I met you, I thought that all blank thought this. It's important learning, and that's like the 2.0 circle. We'll be doing that next week to share that, because that's real. No, but there's no 2.0 circle. Anyway, so that's all I wanted to offer. So you can it's just trying to offer a bit of structure into the space if it would be helpful. It's an invitation, you don't have to do it. And lunch is served, and we'll be back all together at 1 o'clock. So thank you so much for all your deep listening, stretching this morning. Oh, and the books. Jeff and Raja's excellent book. I've read it myself. The Wall Between is on sale at the back, and there's also vendors back there as well. Sorry.
Is that good? Is that good, Andy? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I loved your idea of just having an opportunity for members to be invited to speak with us. Oh, you know, we could, you know, yeah. If we can, I don't know what a good time is. Summer good for that. Yeah, let me try. I have some with me. Obviously has a lot of passion, but I think we also have a more inhibited culture, and it can lead people to be more entrenched and just airing things less.
Okay. Yeah, no, you guys have done some fantastic work. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you.
I didn't give you my
Oh
cell
yeah,
phone.
I'll take it from John. If it's
Okay,
okay.
yeah.
And I'll text you my contact details.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for coming.
you bet. You
Okay,
bet.
have a good day.
Take
Bye
care.
bye.
Hello, everyone. I wonder if we could get back to our seats. It was a lovely lunch, and we have a wonderful afternoon planned for you. So as soon as you can get back into your seats, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. We're about to get going, so if you could please get back to your tables, I'd appreciate that. Thanks so much. We're going to start the afternoon portion of the program. There's one thing I wanted to mention. John Meadow mentioned the QR code that was on your tables to help you scan to support the Canadian call to action. It's actually this page that you should be looking for, not the QR code that's on your little program. It's actually the QR code that's on this sheet. Thanks. So thank you so much for joining us today. And of course, today is a very special day in the Jewish calendar because it's Yom HaShoah. It's Holocaust Remembrance Day across the Jewish world, or more completely, Holocaust and Heroism Remembrance Day. I think we need to be, this is something I think we need to be attentive to, if I may say so. Yom HaShoah it's a day when we try once again to comprehend the incomprehensible. Those events, now more than 80 years distant, that continue to reverberate through the world as though they happened yesterday. And reverberate not just for Jews, but for so many. The Holocaust was a world event. It was a world historical event and continues to be a world historical event. And so Yom HaShoah, although it's a Jewish Day of Remembrance as opposed to International Holocaust Remembrance Day, is a day for everyone. It's a day for every single civilized person on earth. So to commemorate the day, we've asked John Allen, Canada's former ambassador to Israel and a deeply respected member of both the national and international community, to say a few words to help us reflect on this very special day. As well as being a member of the Munk School of Global Affairs at the University of Toronto, he's the chair of Rosanna Canada, which is a not-for-profit whose objective is to build bridges between Palestinians and Israelis via the health sector. So on this day of days, please welcome John Allen.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's comforting to me to see such a large and diverse crowd, to hear about ways to find peace in the Middle East. I was asked to say a few words to commemorate Holocaust Remembrance Day, which happens to fall on this day, the day of our conference. It is, of course, not lost on me, nor I assume on many of you, that as we consider the significance of the horrors that happened during the Holocaust, multiple conflicts rage today around the world. My wife, Clara Hirsch, is the child of Holocaust survivors. Her parents lost brothers, sisters, and their own spouses and children during the war. Her parents' experiences, while rarely discussed, were ever present in the silence that pervaded her homes as she moved from Poland to Vienna and finally to Winnipeg. As a human rights lawyer working at the Department of Foreign Affairs, I recall discussions about whether what we were witnessing at the time in Rwanda should be designated a genocide. It didn't take long to agree that it was. And then, while I worked at the embassy in Washington, we followed the horrors of the Balkan Wars and war crimes in Sierra Leone. So what message do I have on this day, during which we remember the 6 million Jews, the Roma, the homosexuals, and the Catholics, and many others who were brutally murdered during the Holocaust, murdered for no other reason than who they were. To be honest, I have more questions than answers. How is it that just 75 years since the end of World War II, anti-Semitism still exists and in some cases is on the rise? How is it that people in North America and Europe believe that they can use the same words of stereotypes and the same slurs to describe Muslims today that were once used to characterize Jews in Nazi Germany? How is it that since 1945, and despite the solemn commitment that the world made to never again let this happen, we have witnessed in some cases, and we are witnessing today, horrible crimes in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, and of course, in the Middle East? How is it possible that we, the most sophisticated form of human life, can feel such hatred, lack even minimum feelings of compassion and empathy, and act with such brutality? How is it that seemingly reasonable people cannot hold in their hearts sympathy for innocent men and women and children who have suffered on both sides of a conflict? So what should we do to properly remember all those who lost their lives in the Shoah and to try to prevent such horrors from being repeated? First, we must acknowledge that human beings are not born to hate. Rather, they are taught to hate, to discriminate, and sometimes to kill. Our schools and our leaders, whether political or corporate or religious, must model empathy and compassion for all peoples, irrespective of their race, their color, their religion, or their political beliefs. Second, we must ensure that those responsible for committing these horrible crimes are held accountable for their actions. Impunity sends a dangerous message, both for those who commit the crimes and those who may do so in the future. And finally, we all, as individuals, must do all that we can to reduce intolerance, hatred, and violence in all its forms. As has been said, and I quote, "All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." Let's make sure that we are not those good men and women. Let's work to make sure that never again really means never again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I'd now like to welcome Shlomit Broder, the CEO of Digital Public Square, to the podium. Shlomit, as the CEO of Digital Public Square, works hard to work on all sorts of online depolarization efforts, especially here in Canada. I'd love for her to come up and talk about what they're planning on for the next year. Thank you for supporting this event. Thank you very much, Shlomit.
Hi. John Allen, dear John Allen, I wrote 3 different versions for how to bridge between what I expected you would say and what I'm going to say, and there's just no way, so I'm just acknowledging that. Thank you for that, and full stop. And now we will move sort of to the here and now. I'm starting with the personal unscripted. My name is Shlomit Broder. I live here in Toronto with my family. I was born in Tel Aviv. I'm like this dual Canadian Israeli. I was born there to my Canadian family that moved there in the mid 70s because my mother's a Holocaust survivor. My father grew up on the streets of Montreal, and they thought that that's the place. You know, it was the mid 70s, and there was optimism in what the state of Israel is going to become. And so I was born there, but it was like this Canadian household in Tel Aviv where we ate hamburgers and hot dogs in a bun, and my friends thought that was like the coolest thing. And my father didn't exactly fit in like with the Israeli culture, but also equally I would spend my summers here, and also didn't fully fit in with like all of my Jewish Canadian cousins. And so, you know, borrowing from what Yafa talked about, I didn't fully fit in there and I didn't fully fit in here, but you know, I was living the life and the bridge between those two identities. When I was 10, I remember a rabbi, I didn't have many rabbis prominent in my life growing up in Israel, but asked me here in Canada if I feel more Jewish or more Israeli. And I just remember being like perplexed. I didn't even understand that question. And I thought, oh, like, aren't these the same, but one lives there and one lives here? Yeah, I know now that's really far from being true. And so when I was in my early 30s, I moved here for what I thought are going to be a couple of years, and ended up being quite a few years. And this is definitely home and sort of more aligned, I would say, excuse me, with my life values. And really, I think one of my superpowers, borrowing from what Amira and Yafa said today, I think one of my superpowers is bridging those identities, right? Bridging that, understanding the Israeli identity, the context, the complexities. God knows I'm very immersed in Israeli politics, and also really understanding sort of the diaspora Jewish perspective that sometimes is not really understood by Israelis, I would say. After October 7th and the aftermath, right, and everything that came afterwards, I think, I don't know, I mean, so many emotions, but I would say I was very disoriented. I was extremely surprised by, you know, by what felt is happening with my Jewish identity, right? By expressions of anti-Semitism, and I don't use that word lightly, by expressions of anti-Semitism. I thought that was a thing of the past. That was a thing that my father used to talk about, right? And here I'm seeing all kinds of things that feel to me not okay. And equally, it's really hard to walk into a room as an Israeli, especially one who works for a nonprofit that works in the world, right? I run in very progressive spaces. I believe in very progressive values. It's not easy to walk around with my name. And so really it was, I would say, a very lonely and confusing time. But slowly, oh wow, sad music coming on cue. And then I started finding my people. I had a bunch of people before, but really, I found Raja Khoury, who is not here and is very near and dear to me and is missing at this moment for me. I found Yafa. I found Bashar. And, you know, it was hugely, hugely comforting for me to find people who share in the space, because really one of the things that was very difficult for me was what I felt sometimes were very strong convictions. And again, I applaud good and strong convictions, and definitely in support of peace and prosperity for Palestinians, that I also support, of course. But sometimes combined with a really lack of understanding of the context and lack of understanding of what happens on the ground. And so discovering those same frustrations by some people who are very near and dear to me made those days less lonely. Okay, that was the unscripted personal part. Why am I here? I'm actually here as the CEO of Digital Public Square. Again, I'm here and part of this movement on a personal level, but I'm actually here, standing here at the moment, because I'm also the CEO of Digital Public Square, which is a nonprofit, a Canadian nonprofit that's been around for a decade, has been working on multiple issues related to sort of how do we rethink and redesign digital spaces, and how can we leverage technology for a better society. and to support communities, excuse me. And now in Canada, we're launching a project specifically, an initiative to tackle polarization, specifically also about elections and the aftermath of the elections, but also about specifically polarization in Canada as it relates to Israel, Gaza, anyways, enough said. We're hoping to, over the next year, we'll be hosting a series of events, dialogue sessions, public reports, innovative digital experiences, really looking at the Canadian context. Going back to Amira's point before, the part about y'all sort yourself out, that's what this project is aiming to do. It's not about there, it's about here, and it's about how can we, do what we can do to better Canadian society and try to repair some of the fissures within Canadian fabric. We're fortunate to be collaborating with incredible partners. Shout out to Khoury Conversations, to Jeff. Where's Jeff? To Jeff and to Raja, also C-Space Group, to Bashar, to Nikki Landau, acknowledging Barbara here, and also a bunch of other partners, and really looking at what we can do at this time. I just want to say, at this moment of growing divisions between communities and within communities, I think that the presence of build bridgers hugely matters. I think the presence of those who reject the winner takes all narrative is vital. I think the presence of people who refuse the false dichotomy of you're either 100% with me or you are 100% against me. I think it's really critical, and I think that others outside of this room need to see that presence, right? And need to know that this community exists and need to feel welcome to be part of it. And so if any of this resonates with you, I invite you to look on your tables. There are these like postcards that we left. And on those postcards, thank you, Jeff, there is a QR code. And if you scan it, all we can promise right now, we're inviting you, if you are interested, to put your email down so that as this project evolves, we are able to reach out to you and to ask if you're interested in seeing a report or if you're interested in participating in a survey or a dialogue session. There's going to be a lot going on. And we promise not to contact you about anything other than that. And yeah, that is it. And thank you. Shukran. Toda rabba. Thank you.
Thank you, Shlomi. Do you want to use your script for Jeff and Raja?
So thank you, Shlomit. That was excellent. If we want peace, we have to start by listening to each other, not by passively hearing, but listening with curiosity and intention. What I'd love to do now is talk about how I learned one of these lessons, this lesson of listening, from Raja Khoury and Dr. Jeffrey Wilkinson in reading their book, The Wall Between. Co-authors of the book, and you can pick it up at the back of the room in the vendor marketplace. You can purchase a copy back there. I remember Raja saying on stage a year ago at Dave Meslin's event last year with the CRRF, which was just absolutely life-changing. I remember Raja saying, let's build the moderate middle. And that was so powerful for me because I had never heard those words before, spoken from somebody of my community, my faith, and almost giving me permission to think that this is not a radical thing to do. So The Wall Between was a pioneer for many of the themes we've been exploring today.
Thank you. The Wall Between, of course, was published the week before October the 7th, on October the 3rd. And now here we are a year and a half later. And during the year, Dr. Jeff and Raja have been traveling across the country, talking to dozens of groups and meetings, and thinking about how their message, born before October the 7th, still continues to resonate, even sharper since. We mentioned earlier that Raja unfortunately can't be with us today, so we've asked Azara Sakaja to talk with Jeffrey Wilkinson instead, and we welcome them both to the stage. Thank you so much.
Just wanted to say the reason why I asked Zara, who's also my sister, to come and speak is because she has read the book. She's a current medical student living in Los Angeles. She's also an organizer with Standing Together Los Angeles. She's been involved using New Ground, an interfaith fellowship program, and has used the book The Wall Between earlier. So I thought it was appropriate given the circumstances. So thank you so much, Zara. Thank you for coming.
Is this on?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you, Yafa. And thank you, Jeff, for letting me step in on such short notice. Can I read your bio before we get started?
Must you?
I think it's helpful to place where we are and hear a little bit about what brings Jeff to the space. So Dr. Jeff Wilkinson has been a music educator, musician, and composer for over 35 years, and a facilitator centering on issues of equity, social justice, and inclusive education for over 25 years. His current work is in the psychosocial causes of intractable conflicts, researching not only how these conflicts are formed, but also how they may be undone over time. His PhD dissertation explored the Israel-Palestine conflict through the experiences of Canadian Jews and Palestinians. His goal is not to provide easy answers, but discover meaningful questions. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jeff Wilkinson.
All right. Thank you very much. Shukran toda rabba. I knew you were going to ask me something, but I kind of want to be present in the space that Raja is not here. So there's two things we're going to think about. One is last week we spoke with a group of students and someone was asking me about me, the bio stuff. And I said, what I want you to know is the only really interesting thing about me right now is that my closest and dearest contact with the world outside of my own family is a Palestinian man named Raja Khoury. And that's what it means to stand together.
It's beautiful. And I mean, Yafa briefly mentioned it, but I have read the book. I knew about it through the work that we do, but I was also given an excerpt through a fellowship program I'm involved in called New Ground, which is a Muslim-Jewish partnership program in Los Angeles. And it was, a printout that was quotes and excerpts from this book. And I remember, we get a lot of these printouts and we're in facilitated dialogue, and it can get exhausting sometimes, frankly. And I remember reading that page and feeling like, oh, this actually feels really real. Like this feels like they're saying the thing that I actually feel without tiptoeing around like what I'm afraid to say and what I'm afraid to use the wrong word and that really clicked for me. And I think like two things. One, I kind of alluded to that, as a Palestinian, to read, obviously Raja's section, very clearly, concisely, directly communicating the narrative that I know and feel in my bones. And to be able to read Jeff's parts in a controlled, safe environment where I didn't feel like I had to be put on the spot or I had to respond. Like I could just kind of take it in after being kind of seen and validated by what I read Raja write about, I think was a really special experience for me. And again, as someone who has countless books on my bookshelf about Israel and Palestine and everything in between, that sometimes collect dust because I can't read another thing about it. This was really refreshing and it just felt very approachable to me. So thank you for that. Really appreciate that. So, without belaboring the point, tell me a little bit about, how did you come to meet Raja?
Sure.
What brought you to writing this book, knowing that it was published October 3rd, 2023, right. And what was the lead up to that?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think at its core, all learning comes from curiosity. And that's the same with me. I knew a story. I knew my story. I knew my family story. I knew the Shoah story. I told it in my master's. I actually set it to music, which was kind of a cool idea. And at the ripe old age of 54, I arrived at a doctoral program at Oise UT and was confronted with a story I didn't know. And I had two questions. One was, why don't I know the story? That was my first question. Why don't I know? That was the key part. And the second part, is knowing the story a threat to my story? I had to answer those two questions. So the reason I didn't know it is because it didn't fit within the Canadian Western sort of milieu of whose stories we tell and whose we don't. And the answer to was, is it a threat to me? Is that once I discovered deeply that the meaning of freedom ensconced in Israel, which is part of our freedom experience, not all of it by any means, came at Raja's expense. And that couldn't be freedom. And so rather than feel unsafe, I began, as I started to listen, I began to feel connected that these two trauma narratives had a lot of symbiotic relationship, and that the things that we yell at about each other are actually shared experiences. That kind of blew my mind. And I got interested. I thought I was going to do an arts-based research project that would turn into an opera. And I ended up spending 3 years reading about the social psychology of trauma and memory, and became sort of a social psychologist, trauma memory person in Israel-Palestine, which I never expected, just kind of happened. And through that, I interviewed a bunch of people, thanks to largely Dr. Karen Mock over there, who introduced me to probably almost all of my participants, both Palestinian and Jewish. And one of them was Raja Khoury. And after the research was finished, I went back to him because I was so touched by his ability to tell his story frankly and still hold other stories at the same time. I think what I'm really, really keen about, because I know we have a relatively short time, is how do we do what you've already heard a lot of this morning here, and that's straight talk. I really have become less and less interested at sort of this idea of somebody might feel threatened or triggered because something is said. When something is new to your brain, it will receive it as threat. I guarantee it. Embrace it. Awesome. You've never, I promise you, you've never made a drastic change in your life because you were so damn comfortable where you were. Right? You never moved out of that tiny apartment because it was just perfect. You never left that toxic relationship because it was just filled with love and generosity. Right? So embrace the discomfort. This is the first thing I want you to think about. If you find yourself, if you grew up, in a prominently Jewish home, perhaps lots of narratives about Zionism in Israel, and you find it threatening to hear the Palestinian story, I'm thrilled. I'm not afraid. I am not worried. You won't die from hearing another story. You will be emboldened, enlivened, challenged, questioned. Sometimes you actually want to go out in a forest and scream and yell. So what? We cannot stay in the status quo. And that's, I hope, all the questions that Zara asked us.
That was a
will
perfect
be
lead
about
in.
that. So go. I talk a lot.
So you do, early in the book, you talk about the real life consequences of the status quo.
Right.
Especially for Palestinians living behind the wall.
Right.
Without basic freedoms. And you say, seeing behind the wall is not an esoteric exercise, but an urgent need. So in your words, what are those dire consequences for both peoples in remaining invisible to each other?
So we've already heard today that being an oppressor is oppressive. I hope that you kind of took that in. I sat there in complete awe that a 25-year-old gets this idea that I started thinking about when I was probably 56. But it is a very powerful understanding. You cannot oppress another without having some limitation on your freedom. Seems sort of counterintuitive. So why is it so important for both peoples to recognize what's happened to Palestinians? I think that's the essence of your question. I often say to Jewish audiences, and we talk to many of them, that even if you look at me honestly and say, you know what, I'm not that concerned. I just don't get the Palestinian story. I'm not that concerned, but I really am concerned about Jewish safety. We'll say to them frankly, Jewish safety without Palestinian freedom is impossible. I hope as you clap, you take that deeply into the next action you take after you leave this room. Lots of us who identify in some form of liberal progressives believe deeply in the, I'll say sort of the peace pocket narratives. The occupation is bad, expansion of settlements is wrong, that you can't have two sets of rights for two different people. Yet, if you don't speak out every day for those values, for everyone, including Palestinians, you are complicit in continuing that status quo. And that's the hard part. And I hope that sort of registers with you, because that's been my battle. That it's pretty easy for me, particularly with all the sort of social psychology stuff, to just sit with, we are all victims, and being a victim is a very painful place to be. And that when someone responds negatively to me, I immediately know that it's their trauma reacting. And I could live in that, and I've been living in it, but I'm sitting here today saying, don't waste another minute there, because it won't change anything. Our life goal with Raja and I is to change our conversation from being trauma-driven to being trauma-informed. If you are a Jewish person or a Palestinian person, Arab or Muslim, there is no way that trauma will not play a role in your life. It's your decision whether that informs the next thing you do or drives the next thing you do. If it drives the next thing you do, then you will put your freedom above someone else's. If it informs the next thing you do, you will set that, painful back hippocampus, I love this word, amygdalatic response. This little guy yelling at you at the back of your brain, and begin to engage your prefrontal cortex, where you can actually logically make the difference between what did happen and what's happening now, because they aren't the same thing. And if you live in the what did happen, that will predict your future, which means the status quo will be replicated. If you live in what is happening, then you can create a present that's a future that's different.
Well said.
I know Raja's watching, so I wish you.
We're trying to do you proud,
I'm really
Raja.
hoping that he's going, yes, buddy, you did, you got
We're
it, you
honoring
did
you.
well.
So I think it was mentioned in your intro as well that the book was published on October 3rd,
Right.
2023.
We didn't create that, by the way.
I hope not. How did the events of October 7th, 2023 and the aftermath, corresponding response in Gaza, how did that affect you? How did it affect your work? Did anything change? Was there anything in the book that I'm sure you have got a whole second edition planned,
Right.
but how did that change where you were in
Sure.
this context?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, if Raja were sitting in your lovely seat there, the first thing he'd always say is that people always asked us. That's the first question. How did October 7th change your relationship? And we both look at the audience rather baffled. And we shouldn't, because it's a very reasonable question, right? because it was really a cataclysmic event for the whole world. Our relationship and any relationship that is productive in this work is based on values, not identity. On your commitments, not your stories. So the truth is, October 7th, 2023 led to a deepening of how much Raja and I lean on each other. We've grieved together for the last 18, 19 months. We seek validation for our experiences in each other. We feel something and we tell the other person. And they say, yeah, you're not feeling that because you're Jewish or because you're Palestinian. You're feeling that because you're human. And we remind us of why we feel it. We relieve ourselves of the guilt that we're being identity driven and recognize that we're being value driven. I think the hardest part for me is the Jewish part of our dyad. And I'm so glad that there's a Palestinian next to me. That was really important to me, that I didn't sit up here as all by myself as a Jew. Is that large swaths of our community, of the Jewish community, have really been relatively incapable of separating the pain of October 7th, 2023 with the cost of it to Palestinians. I think we know it here. We know it on a cognitive, cerebral level. But Jewish history has been always faced by who is the next persecutor. And in a very weird, twisted way, if you could imagine being a Jewish new immigrant to Israel in 1948, 3 years after the Shoah, and this is a Jewish narrative, a very important one, and 5 Arab countries attacked you. Right? You're not experiencing that as an oppressed people reacting to you. You're experiencing that as yet the next person in line to wipe you out. And that triggered reaction has been so visible since October 7th, 2023. This sense that, yes, we don't want Palestinian children to die, and yes, most of us are no fans of Netanyahu or his government. But how hard it has been to really embrace the idea that October 7th, 2023, you'll notice I always say the year afterwards, because I don't want to essentialize a tragedy within one community, because it has been a tragedy for all of us. And the repercussions of that tragedy for Palestinians has been immeasurable. So how has it affected us? How has it changed how we talk? It's mainly that we don't say anything about our book without first recognizing the repercussions of that date. We recognize it in 2 prime ways. One is the deep trauma reaction of most Jews and the feeling of most Palestinians that why are you talking about that day and not the 490, whatever it is, days since. So we have to hold that space first before we can enter into meaningful conversation. We have to hold that there's these 2 very contrary reactions to everything that is reflective of October 7th. And it comes largely, as we'll talk about at the very end, how we respond to anti-Semitism. Both recognizing its reality and its pain, and recognizing its misuse, and that you must do both. You can't pick and choose. You got to do both. And last thing I'll say before you go to your next question is, talk 2 or 3 weeks ago we gave, Raja gave this very articulate explanation of Jewish trauma through the Holocaust, through October 7th. And I just kind of sat there with the students and I said, I want you to recognize something. You just heard a perfectly told narrative of the Jewish experience and you didn't hear it from the Jew. That's how change happens. That's how change happens. When you can articulate the other story so deeply that you are speaking about the values, not about the identity of the person who is speaking. We doing good? I'm not known for my light, fluffy conversations, so I hope
This
you're
is the
I hope
place
you're
for it.
good with straight talk, because it's the only way I know how to do it.
This is the place for it.
Okay.
So I noticed that the word dialogue is absent from your writing. And maybe there are some other words. I know we've talked about context, certain words that you've made the intentional choice to put aside. Can you talk about why you made that word choice, and are there other
Sure.
words that you include or exclude intentionally?
Sure. Thank you so much. So just briefly, there are many people in this room, some of who you I know personally, who have engaged in some form of Arab Jewish or Arab Muslim dialogue. So I'm going to be really upfront with you about it. It is an amazing venture and must be continued. And it's had a power challenge, because for many Palestinians who participate, they learn a tremendous amount about the Jewish experience. I mean, you have to remember that some Palestinians knew nothing about the Holocaust until they had a conversation with a Jewish person. Literally, they only knew the Holocaust as this thing that's operationalized to oppress them. They didn't know. So it's an incredible learning experience. But in the end, their situation on the ground hasn't changed. So it becomes, kind of a tiresome exercise. So that's at its core why we don't use dialogue, because that's how it reads for most people. What we talk about is building intercultural communications. We particularly, over the last few months, talk specifically about building emotionally centered communities. So our commonality is derived from our shared experiences of grief, trauma, pain, anxiety, worry, compassion, not from our narratives or identities. So that when we get into the tough parts, like who did what to whom, we go back to the shared pain experience. We sit in a synagogue with a group of people, and instead of asking them, what side are you on? We say, how many people have experienced grief in the last 18 months? Not a single person didn't put their hand up. So when they feel threatened by a certain narrative that's being told, we go back and we say, what does that feel like for you? Where's that emotion coming from? I think it was also this morning, Amira talked about how when you are threatened by something someone is saying, ask yourself what pain brought them to that person, that moment to say it. I thought that was so beautifully said. And that's really what we're saying about emotionally centered communities. Think about the emotion that drove that, not to the words themselves that's causing a reaction in you. So that's why we don't use dialogue in the way it's normally constructed, because we want something that is values driven and action driven. Justice is what changes things. Peace, even, I hope the founders don't mind. I talked a little bit about the notion of coming to a peace summit, because peace has been sort of a Westernly operationalized word to get people to calm down so we can deal with them. And I really want us to recognize that. I know that I don't think you guys think that that's what it is, but that's how it can be read. So justice means equal value of every life and every right and every dignity. And if you are in conversation or dialogue, if you're more comfortable with that term, that doesn't lead to that, it will not sustain itself.
Yeah, and just following up on that, I mean, I personally have participated in dialogue, organizations, groups. It can be a complicated relationship. I often hear Palestinians basically say they're not interested in dialogue. I'm not interested in talking. What's talking going to do? And you articulated that really well, that there, you can have a conversation and go back to the status quo and feel like, what has come from this. And I also want to name that it can be really difficult to enter into a conversation, a dialogue, if you will, feeling like you have to put a part of yourself aside or edit what you're saying, or reach out to the other side before they can reach out to you. This notion of like, I have to kind of cross the line before I can get something back, reciprocity. I'm glad you mentioned the power imbalance, because that does, even though we're here in a pretty equal society, those power dynamics still show up in those spaces. So my question to you is, and it'll kind of lead into, next steps for folks here who want to do more, which is, what would you suggest to someone who wants to listen, who's willing to listen to a different narrative, a new narrative, but may not have a willing partner to engage in dialogue because of these really difficult things that sometimes Palestinians or Arabs feel they have to do to censor themselves? And are there tangible things that people in this room can do to take down that wall between us?
Wow, powerful. Kind of gave me chills when you asked that question. Before I answer, can I ask you a question? Can we flip the tables?
That was not in the script.
I know, I'm bad. So, do you find that when you're in dialogue, you edit or caution certain parts of yourself because you don't want a Jewish person to feel uncomfortable?
There have been times. I would say less so now.
Good, good.
But it feels sometimes like there is a cost to be at the table.
Right.
And that cost is, be careful what you say. Right. Don't scare them away.
Yeah. Sorry, to do that to you, but I think I kind of warned you before that I might do that. And the reason I did it is because I don't think any of us want that. We don't want to be in conversation with someone who is cordoning off a part of themselves not to offend us. And it kind of leads to the answer to your question. So first of all, the only thing I know to do is lead by example. So if someone doesn't want to talk to me, great. I'll ask them a question. Ask them if I can listen. I won't say a word. And I don't want to talk to you because I don't trust you. I'm not good. Okay. I'm here when you're ready. And here's some things I'm doing that you might be interested in to show you that I actually am interested in what you have to say. Right? So we'll kind of go to, as I know we're getting out of time. I'm going to offer a couple things to you, and I want to really carefully frame this. If you feel like these things I'm saying to you, you're already doing, and likely many of you are, I offer them to you to offer to somebody else who may not be quite there yet. Okay? And if it's for you, perfect. Diversify your sources of information. I know that's like 101. Everybody knows that, right? We don't do it. How many people in the last 2 days intentionally listened to a podcast or news item that's opposite to your opinion? How many? I see 4 or 5, 6 hands, right? So we know this, right? But we don't do it. Right? And that's just not only news. That's books, that's movies, that's poetry. Okay? Embrace discomfort. It's where the magic is. And even as we talked about this morning, if you think of it as a selfish act rather than a selfless act, that discomfort will lead you to understand things that you currently cannot understand. So you're giving yourself a gift. Even if you don't see it as an altruistic goal, in the end, you're giving yourself something. Second, a lot of this here in North America, where we are in Canada, has played out in the education system. All the way from elementary school all the way up to graduate school. I encourage you, or anyone you talk to about this, when you feel a particular sense that the group you align with is not getting the proper voice or cred from school, from a university, that they're not standing up for you enough, make an act to stand up for the other person. Imagine what that would be like if you felt that they're not working hard enough on anti-Semitism in a particular school board. And while you were advocating for that, you at the same time advocated for Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim voices to be more prominent and heard in the school. Imagine the transformation that would happen. Okay? Third, this may be the most important one. Intentionally place yourself in conversations that would not be your first choice. Intentionally seek out information and places that challenge your preconceptions and your notions. I always feel a particular duty, particularly because Raja is so amazing at articulating to the Palestinian cohort both what they experience and some things that they might fall victim to themselves. That I end up speaking more to the general Canadian community and to the Jewish Canadian community. There are very powerful forces that want us to stay apart, that rely on us being victims. I want you to really embrace this. Most mainstream Jewish organizations that have the money, the resources, the staff to speak for us, speak in a way that deepens our victimization for a political cause. Don't let them. I am not an activist for human rights in spite of my Judaism, but because of it. And I absolutely, vehemently refuse to assume that to be a purposeful Jew, I need to accept the actions of an intolerant state. I refuse.
Thank you, Jack. It's so meaningful, really. We are over time.
Okay.
But if you want to learn more, Jeff and Raja's book, The Wall Between, is being available for purchase, I think, back in the vendor marketplace. And you can learn more about their work at conversationswithoutwalls.org. They're also available for speaking engagements and healing process facilitation.
Right.
So learn more. And I think we have a quick break, 10-minute break right
Can
now.
I just say something about the book? And I always worry that this shameless plug. We're really not. We sold so much more copies than we ever expected because of the timing. It is a way, it actually has a piece in the back of the book for book clubs to actually have this conversation, or for just people. So if you already have the book or already read it, if you can, please purchase it for somebody else, because it is a vehicle to start a conversation that's not being had. Not worried about the book. If anyone here, a student or someone can't afford it, happy to give you a book, because we want the word out there. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you both, Dr. Wilkinson and Zara. We are going to take a break, but it's going to be a 5-minute one because we're getting tired and the main event is coming up. So if I can suggest you stay in place, just take a break without wandering around too much, and we'll be back with you in 5 minutes or so. Come on up here when you get I'm sorry, I don't mean to be ruthless, but if you could please come back to your tables and we'll get go in just a couple of minutes. Please come back to your tables if you can. Could you please return to your tables if you can? Thank you, dear. They're almost done.
I'm just gonna shorten it, I think. I'm just gonna make it really sweet because people are tired.
Yeah, I know.
Really sweet.
Well, it's pretty short anyway. So you only have one paragraph, and I have one that we just introduced.
Okay. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the portion of the day that we've been waiting for, the portion devoted to standing together. So please return to your tables if you can.
We're here today because Standing Together's existence has inspired so many groups like ours around the world, like the Toronto Friends of Standing Together and several other cities across Canada. They're the kind of big tent that welcomes people from all sorts of backgrounds and perspectives, different histories, all inspired by the hope that Standing Together provides.
And hope is one of the currencies that Standing Together trades in, hope, when that currency is in remarkably short supply in the world these days. Where there is struggle, there is hope. We all know that slogan. It's one of the founding maxims, so powerful to so many of us. Where there is struggle, there is hope. That's what Standing Together tells us. But you know, the opposite is also true. Where there is hope, there is struggle. If you want to live in hope, if you want to create hope, you have to be prepared for struggle. That's the other message of Standing Together. And that's why we've invited Standing Together here today to help us understand where the hope is in Israel, Palestine today, and where the struggle is. And we're so pleased to have them both with us, Itamar Avneri, who was here a year ago in this exact same spot, and Angela Matar.
Itamar Avneri was born and raised in Kfar HaChoresh, Israel, a small kibbutz near Nazareth. For the past 15 years, he's been living in Tel Aviv. Itamar has a bachelor's degree in philosophy and sociology from Tel Aviv University and a master's degree in cultural studies from the Hebrew University. He's one of the original founders of the Standing Together movement almost 10 years ago and is a current member of the movement's national leadership. And really, really great news, Itamar is now currently serving as a city council member in the Tel Aviv Jaffa municipality, a fabulous example of everyday people joining the leadership. I would be proud if you were my city councilor.
And Angela Matar, because she was just saying to herself, I told him how to say my name properly yesterday, and I'm not sure why he can't remember. She's a Palestinian activist, medical student, and leader in Standing Together. Born and raised in the Galilee village of Iblin, close? Thank you. Well, that's me. I'll go on. She was driven to activism after witnessing deepening discrimination and violence against Palestinians. The aftermath of October 7th became a turning point, propelling her to join Standing Together and fight for justice through nonviolent resistance. On campus, she leads efforts to build Jewish-Palestinian partnerships and confront systemic discrimination, while her activism extends beyond university walls. Angela's work is fueled by hope for justice and equality, both in broader society and within her own Palestinian community, where she strives to challenge fear and inspire young people, especially young girls, to believe in their power to create change. And to talk with Itmar and Angela, we've asked Ben Moraine, Executive Director of the New Israel Fund of Canada. For over 15 years, Ben has led at the intersection of Jewish life, social justice, and Israel-Palestine. He previously worked for NIF's US branch, won Jewish Innovation Awards for his work in environmentalism and campus life, and founded both online and offline Jewish community. He lives in Toronto with his wife and 2 young children. I welcome them all, Ben, Itmar, and Angela. Welcome to Toronto.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, what a balming, what a balm for the soul this room is today. I'm really honored to be able to, unpack some of the deeper story of Standing Together. I know this is so many of the other excellent speakers share the inspiration and the values and the impetus for what we all care about. But like there was a crystallization. There was like a spark that lit a fire in what we were all feeling, and since October 7th, and that spark has been this organization, and what it has done so visibly. So what I want to do now is I want to get to know you guys, and I want to tell the story for everyone who maybe think you're quite familiar with Standing Together. But there's actually a deeper, longer story that I think people need to know about this organization, because it wasn't what it is today, what it was before October 7th. And I think that's actually adds to the inspiring quality of what we're doing here. So, but, and the reason that I'm up on this stage and the reason that I want to tell this story is because I think I'm one of the very first people in North America to have ever heard of Standing Together. Because I was working for the New Israel Fund in the United States a decade ago, when at a time when the New Israel Fund, which is one of the largest funders and trainers of civil society organizations in Israel proper, was making a new series of grants. We had opened a whole line of funding that was all about plugging holes in what was missing components of progressive Israeli civil society. Certain things weren't getting done. Certain voices weren't being heard. And we were already seeing a decade ago, like the warning light on the dashboard that was saying democracy, already flawed in Israel, was coming under increasing attack. It was gonna be directly targeted. So we had a limited amount of time to start building institutions that would help us for when that day came. And among the institutions, there were a great many of them, think tanks, policy groups, and among them was a whole cast of grassroots social justice movements, like not legal, law clinics that were sort of petitioning to the Supreme Court, but legs in civil society. And that's when we were so excited to learn as staff of the New Israel Fund that we were going to be issuing funding to this brand new group called Omdim B'Yachad, and Standing Together. And it was a truly joint Jewish-Arab, Jewish-Palestinian organization doing grassroots organizing at the grassroots level. That was, to see the transformation to what it is now is incredible. So let's get into that story. So first, just if you would, tell us a little bit more in depth about who you are, where you came from. Did you think you were going to be a big activist one day? Did you think you were going to land on stage in Toronto, Canada, and traveling the world doing work like this? Before we get to what is Standing Together and the work. Tell us about you.
Thank you, Ben. Marhaba. Thank you, everybody, for coming and for staying till this moment. You said to talk in depth about who I am. I must warn you, yeah, you didn't have to say that.
Okay, I roll it back. I roll it back. Take it back. Take it back.
Let's start getting deep. I want you to know me, not because I want you to know me as Angela, because I want you to know Palestinian women in the Israeli society. My name is Angela. I'm 25 years old. I'm a medical student, and I'm a Palestinian citizen of Israel. Now, when I say Palestinian citizen of Israel, a lot of people get confused. I had it in the past 2 days, like Palestine and Israel in the same sentence, and you're one person. I am one person. 20% of the Israeli community are Arab Palestinians, but people don't know that. I grew up in Abilene in the north, a small village of Palestinians, mostly, no Jews. And I have to be really honest when I say, no, I wasn't born an activist. Like, my parents gave me the name Angela because my mom always wanted an angel, a good girl, a good Palestinian girl, who won't say no, who'll say and do whatever she wants her to do, who'll become a doctor. Unfortunately, yes, that I did. But I always knew I was a rebel, but not in politics. Because like most Palestinian families, we don't do politics. All I heard my whole life was, keep your head down, you don't have a voice, it's too dangerous, don't get involved, like get your degree, go to school, come back home, it's safer that way. For a while, I believed that. Even a rebel like mine, who made a lot of problems for her parents, I did believe that, and I didn't go near politics. But I started asking questions as I grew up. A lot of questions, actually, like, why don't we learn about Nakba in the curriculum? Why? Why our villages are poor, and I see that Jewish settlements are growing and growing and growing. Why? Why do I, Angela, a Palestinian, feel so different from those Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, Jerusalem, like Amira? Why do I feel different when we share the same story of disposition, even from Zahra and Yafa? But the question that really haunted me for years and made me start my activism, I will explain what activism is, why do I feel like a guest in my own homeland? And the minute I saw that we're all connected and we're all under the same system of control, I couldn't unsee it anymore. So I started my activism as maintaining my Palestinian identity, talking about it, sharing the story of the kufiyi, the patterns on it, like the fishnet, the olive trees, the rags, that I know a lot of you don't know about that on the kufiyi. Because if you Google what do terrorists wear on their heads, they're gonna say a kufiyi, but it's not. It's my identity and my culture and my hope for a better future for my people. So that was my activism, maintaining my identity, but never really resisting the system that was trying to erase it.
And what age, like, for the purposes of this?
I started from like high school. I started doing a lot of things. Yeah,
that's
since
when you
high
realized
school.
I need to actively.
Yeah, with
take
Palestinians, but never with Jews at that time. And in 2021, I got to know Standing Together. They were doing a lot of activities in Sheikh Jarrah in Jerusalem, and the evacuation that was there, they were resisting it, Jews and Palestinians together. I was admiring from afar because I need to say that I also was one of those people who was too afraid of the word normalization. Like, is it betrayal? Like, okay, Jews and Palestinians together, but those are the occupiers. Like, how can we do a joint resistance together? So I admired from afar. I didn't have the courage to do it, but deep down inside, I knew that wasn't the case. Because my first encounter with Jews was in 2006 in the Lebanon War, when my family decided to move temporarily to Haifa, and we shared a shelter there with a Jewish religious family. And they took care of me and my brother like we were their own. Like, I still remember it, I still have it in me until this day. And that's why I know that I've always known deep inside that working with Jews wasn't giving up my identity, it was embracing my humanity. And no one can convince me that I have to choose between the two. Then October 7th happened. It all flipped. Everything changed, and suddenly, before I got to process what's going on, my friends, my own Jewish friends, were asking me to condemn what's going on. Oh, you say you're Palestinian, then you must be pro everything that's happening now. I had to prove my humanity to the same people who knew my heart. And it slapped me right in the face again that I'm never a citizen. I was never a real citizen here. People are asking me to prove my humanity. Palestinians were interrogated, were kicked out of schools, out of work, politically persecuted. And in my campus, at that time, I was studying biomedical engineering in the Technion Haifa before I got to med school. But it was really hard in the Technion, and Palestinian students were persecuted all the time. So the rebel in me that my parents didn't want to reach those places woke up, and I couldn't just stand by the side anymore. I knew I had to do something. So I started doing it without standing together, and I was called a terror sympathizer. I got threats all the time, and I knew I can't do that alone because my Palestinian friends they were too afraid to be there, to raise their voices, and I understand that. And then I said, okay, it's time. It's time, so I started to help with building a new chapter in the Technion for standing together. It was about dialogue, and it wasn't easy. We were kicked out of every room. The room was scheduled. They were calling us like an hour before and saying, you can't do that here. They saw that as incitement. Like a small conversation between Jews and Palestinians at that time was forbidden. We were called terror sympathizers. So we went and did that conversation under trees. We went, before they told us you cannot protest inside of the campus, we stepped one step outside of the campus, yeah, and we held pictures of Palestinians who are being murdered. It was actually drawings, wasn't pictures. We were too afraid to do that. But we stood there in black, and still they called us terror sympathizers. And that when all the wave of hate and threats, and I couldn't stand it anymore in Haifa. Luckily, God said, you got into medical school in Jerusalem, so you need to move. My parents were so happy. Like they said, okay, now you're going to Jerusalem, everything will be okay, you're gonna forget all about standing together in activism. They were so thrilled. And look at me now. I got to Jerusalem, and there I saw the occupation for the first time. Like all my life, I read about it. I read Mahmoud Darwish, I read Ghassan Kanafani, Edward Said. I understood those stuff. I saw those stuff on TV, but I never understood what is the occupation until I reached Jerusalem. This is what I always say to people. I live 2 hours drive from Jerusalem and the West Bank, and I never understood the occupation fully until I reached there and saw it with my own eyes. And I decided to keep even leveling up my activism in Jerusalem. And I'm taking you really deep to my life right now. I had to cut contact at that time with my parents because I couldn't deny my truth. I couldn't just stay silent, and it took me 6-7 months until I reconnected with them. And during those 6-7 months, Amira here invited me to protest, a nonviolent protest in Beit Jala al-Makhrour. And speaking of Amira, can I take just a second to talk not only about Amira, but all the Palestinian women, Amira, Zahra, Yafa, everybody here who is a Palestinian and a woman. I appreciate everyone, all genders, but a Palestinian and a woman, like, like, thank you. Thank you. We are the women we have always been waiting for. And I appreciate you so much. You're the reason that gives me hope. And I wake up every day wanting to do more. And thanks to you, so thank you. Now back to my story. We went to Makhrour, Beit Jala. They were stealing, the settlers there were stealing the land of the Kisiya family. I don't know if you've heard of it. We had a nonviolent resistance camp for like 30 days. We slept there, we ate there, we barely washed our teeth, but it was good. We slept on rocks, and one day a settler released his dog at me, and I was bit in the leg, and it was really terrifying. I sat in bed, saying to myself, is this worth it? Like, I have no family, I have no home, I have no money. The money I had, I just spent it. I have nothing. And then the answer was yes, because that was the first time I understood what is settler violence, and that was the first time I was committed totally and fully to standing together unapologetically to it, because I know that I don't only want justice or believe in it, I want to fight for it. And we as Palestinians, it was never normalization. We are not only part of the struggle, we must lead the struggle. We must build as many Palestinian leadership inside of Israel and outside of Israel, because this is what we lack. And that where my story was standing together became a real commitment. And every day I wake up and people like Itamar help me realize that this is what I want to do all my life. And thank you for being part of it.
Itamar? Hi. Hello, everybody. Nice to be here again. Let me just say, before I will tell my story, that right now we are about 200 people here in the room, but we want you to know that right now there are more than 10,000 people in Habima Square in Tel Aviv, the central square of Tel Aviv, marching and demonstrating against the war, holding pictures of murdered children from Gaza. The police told us this week that we are not allowed to hold the pictures of the children. So we bought many signs on buses and bus stations, and we put the pictures, and now people are standing there. So there is hope, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you for support, standing together. Regarding myself, I was born in a small kibbutz called Kfar HaChoresh, that's outside of Nazareth. I was always very political in the sense that even as a child, I read all the news. I knew everything about politics in Israel. I had a lot of opinions about politics in Israel. I also had a lot of opinions about politics elsewhere. I remember I decided that I'm going to support Bill Clinton in his race against George Senior Bush. I didn't know English. I had no idea about nothing about what Clinton or Bush are saying, but I decided Clinton is better.
Good choice, good choice.
And I never expected to be an activist, to run for office, God forbid. But the reason right now I'm an activist and the reason I'm in Standing Together, I think it's because of two women. The first one is my mother. My mother is a Jewish woman from Palestinian descent, Mizrahi women, Arab Jewish women. We talked about it before. And her grandparents were religious people, like my grandparents, her parents, very traditional family. And I remember I was something like, I think, 16. We went for a Rosh Hashanah dinner in my grandparents' house. And my mother's oldest brother was late. And Yafa, you mentioned it before, right? The oldest brother is a pillar of the family. It's a very important figure. And he was late. And my grandfather refused to start the blessings of Rosh Hashanah until his oldest son is arriving. And while we were waiting, we were all sitting around the temple and we were waiting. And my mother and her mother, my grandmother, went to the kitchen to see what's going on with the food. And immediately when they went to the kitchen, my uncle arrived, sat to the table, and my grandfather began with the blessings. 15 seconds after that, my mother was bursting out of the kitchen, tears in her eyes, yelling at my grandfather, at her father, "How dare you? How dare you make us all wait to my brother who was rude enough to be late, but you're not waiting for me and for mother? How dare you?" And she was so furious that the next thing she said was she called us by our names, Hillel, my father, Mor, Inbar, my sisters, Itamar, get up, we're going, we're leaving, we're not staying here. And we left. And you know, you're clapping and you're and you're laughing, but there was silence in the car when we drove back to the kibbutz. But in the aftermath of this incident, my mother won. My uncle was never late again. And she's also now considered the head of the family. My grandparents were both died, and she's considered the head of the family. And I remember for me, as someone who was always interested in politics, that was a huge lesson, because on that day and what happened after that, all the conversations in the family, I learned from my mother that politics is not only about those politicians you read about in the news. Politics is about the day-to-day injustices and discrimination. And acting in politics, doing politics, is not only about casting your vote. You should vote in Monday. Politics is actually about using your voice in order to change things on the ground. And I remember I thought that, okay, maybe one day I'll have my opportunity to do it as well. But I didn't really look for an opportunity. And then a few years later, after my national service, I moved to work in Kibbutz Be'eri. I moved there because I had two very good friends. They were two brothers, and they offered me to come to Be'eri. It was 2006, I think, maybe 2007. And it was just the beginning of the shootings from Gaza, of the missiles. I call it missiles, but it's ridiculous. There were no, it's just pipes. And I remember my boss there, what should I do if there's an alarm? And she told me, oh, listen, it's very, very easy. If there's an alarm, you should just count to 20. And I said, okay, and then what? And she said, that's it. If you got to 20, it already fell somewhere else. And actually, I did it. I did it many times, but you know what? The bombings that really kept me up during the night was not the missiles, so-called missiles, coming from Gaza to Be'eri. It was Israeli bombings in Gaza. Be'eri is extremely close to Gaza. It's less than 1 kilometer. And we were staying up at night because we could hear the bombings. And I was started to feel bad with myself. I was so worried about those so-called missiles, but what's going on over there behind the fence? And I was very, very lucky because the mother of those two brothers who are friends of mine, she was Vivian Silver, a peace activist from Canadian descent. And on Saturdays evenings, there was no dining room in Be'eri. On Saturday, we went to eat at her house and her husband, our late husband, Louis. And I spoke with her about that. And I told her about how I'm staying up at night, hearing the bombings. And I told her about my mother angry at her father. And she told me, you know, those things are all connected. If you want to fight for justice in your society, you have to fight for justice for the people who are just behind the fence, very close to you. If you want that in your society everybody would be equal, you also have to demand that everybody on the land would be equal. You can't do one activism and ignore the other. And I think because of my mother, because of Vivian, and because of course, many other people on the way, I'm sitting here right now. Thank you.
So let's get to Standing Together then. Let's go back to like Standing Together's founding year, at a time when NIF, when the New Israel Front gave this startup some seed funding, which is something that we classically do, is helping smaller organizations get off the ground. There's dozens and dozens of Jewish Arab shared society and NGOs in Israel of one variety or another. There's legal ones, there's policy ones, there's localized ones, there's national ones, there's like every flavor and color. But what was missing? What was different about Standing Together at the time? What hole were you trying to fill?
Maybe before we answer that question, for those who aren't familiar with Standing Together, because some of the people I met here told me they're not really familiar with it, but they wanted to hear about peace. So what is Standing Together? You're here, standing together everywhere. Everybody's saying Standing Together. So Standing Together is a grassroots movement. It's the largest grassroots movement in Israel of Jews and Palestinians fighting together for peace, against the occupation, for climate justice, and for equality. Now, we know that the far right and its supporters and a minority of elite benefit from the status quo. They hold the narrative, the power, and they want us to believe that we are so divided that we cannot come together. But we believe in our core of Standing Together that the majority of people have more in common than the things that divide us. And this is why we're trying to build a new majority inside of Israel by shifting the political will and organizing people and power from the ground up. We in Standing Together are more than 6,000 members who pay monthly to support the work. I'm one of them. And thousands of people come to our protest with our purple shirts. The way I see a lot of people of you wearing our purple shirts, and it makes me so happy inside. Thank you. And hundreds of thousands more subscribe to our newsletter, our social media, and not because we're Hollywood actresses. It's just because we really know that those people are supporting our message and believe in the things we do. So we're not an NGO, we're not a party. We knock on doors, we go to protest, we're kicked by the police, people are cursing out in the streets, and we do the work on the ground. So this is Standing Together. Now, how Standing Together started, I guess that Itamar, one of the founders, so I believe that if he told the story, it's gonna be more credible. So can you please tell the story?
If you ask.
Thank you.
Ben, you were asking what was missing back then. That was missing, that hope, that fears, those leaders like Angela and many others, were really missing back then. Standing Together was founded in late 2015, but if I may, I would start this story 4 years prior to that, 2011. In 2011, we had in Israel what we called the social protest. It was our version of Occupy Wall Street and the Arab Spring and the Indignados in Spain. And if you take into account the size of the Israeli population, our protest was the biggest of them all. In one night, we had 500,000 people marching in Tel Aviv. In American terms, that would be something like 23 million Americans marching in one night in New York. It was huge. And interestingly enough, we had this chant that we took from Egypt, from Cairo, from Tahrir Square. There we're shouting, and I'm sorry for my Arabic accent, Ash'ab yurid isqat al-nidam. The people demand to overthrow the regime.
الشعب يريد إسقاط النظام.
Yes. And we took it and we changed it a little bit to الشعب يريد عدالة اجتماعية. The people demand social justice. העם דורש צדק חברתי. And we shouted it both in Hebrew and Arabic throughout Israel. And I think for the first time in our history, when we said the people, we didn't mean just the Jewish people. We didn't mean just the Palestinian people. We just meant the people. Everybody who lives on the land, thank you, and deserve the same equal rights. Now, I was a mere protester at the time. I lived already in Tel Aviv. The protest was about the housing crisis. I paid very high rent. Now it's much higher. And
we don't know anything about that here in Toronto.
And although I was surrounded by tens of thousands of people and sometimes even more each and every night, I felt very lonely and very miserable because no one approached me. No one asked me who I was. No one told me, hey, you keep coming each and every day to the encampment. Do you want to do something more? Why are you coming? We were the many, but we were not organized at all. And subsequently, we lost. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu completely crushed the protest. And after something like 2 months, it just ended. Many of my friends left the country after that. They moved to the US. They regret it now, of course. Many moved to Berlin. And I understood that if I want to do something in order to change my society, I have to find another path, another lane. So I went to volunteer in the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, at the chamber of Dov Hanin. Dov was mentioned here before, very prominent figure in the Israeli peace camp. And there I met some people, some of them Jewish, some of them Palestinians, all of them citizens of Israel, that were also part of this social protest. And we used to speak about how someday maybe we'll have the opportunity to do it again, but better. And in politics, unfortunately, many times opportunities comes as crisis. And in late 2015, we had a terrible crisis. The third Intifada broke out. It was called the Intifada of the Knives or the Intifada of the Loneliness. Terrible time in Palestine and Israel. Palestinians were afraid. Jewish people were afraid. There were stabbings on the streets. There were lynches. There were police arrests. And then one day, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu went out to the media and said with his smugness and his baritone voice, I am being asked whether we will always live by the sword. And he paused for a second, and then he added, the answer is yes. He said yes. That's it. No vision, no hope, no nothing. And you know what was even worse? That almost nobody in the political sphere in Israel tried to challenge him and to say, what the hell are you talking about? And so we've decided that if no one is going to give us hope from above, we are going to build it from below. And we declared an anti-occupation, thank you, peace demonstration in Jerusalem amidst the Intifada. It was October 17, 2015. And we thought that if we're going to be lucky, 500 people would come. 3,000 came. And so we had another one in Haifa, 1,000 people. We had another one in the Triangle area, mostly Palestinian area inside Israel. We had one in Tel Aviv. We had one in the Negev. And people just kept on coming. And so with the lesson from 2011 on our minds, we've decided, or we understood, that it's not going to be enough just to mobilize all those people. We have to organize them. We have to build some sort of organization that would be their political home. And with the chant from 2011 on our mind, the people demand social justice, we've decided this is going to be a people's movement, a grassroots movement, and that's how Standing Together was formed and born. And now to answer your question, I think that's exactly what was missing. There are a lot of organizations that are talking about shared society. There are many organizations who are talking about the Israeli occupation. There are many organizations who are talking about social justice. But we didn't have an organization that is talking about all of that. And even more important, we talked about a housing crisis. We had a political housing crisis. We had no organization where you can join and be part of it and build it anew and influence its vision and everything. And that's what was missing. And so we formed Standing Together.
I mean, just to share some of I remember talking about Standing Together in those early days for New Israel Fund, we raised all of our funding in the diaspora, in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, in Australia, in Germany, and Switzerland. These are where we operate. And we raise these funds and we grant to institutions in Israel, the activist groups, legal groups, grassroots groups. And I remember, being the first in, parts of the States, telling people about Standing Together. And I was like, look at this awesome group that came out of nowhere, represents genuine joint Jewish-Palestinian leadership in Israel. And they're winning things like raising the minimum wage, like the sort of bread and butter social justice. And I think, it was an answer to our view as the grant maker was the civil society sector doesn't have legs. They have a lot of brains and they have a lot of lawyers. Where's the legs? Who's going to move people? If you want to protest, you need a membership list and people who are gathered for a purpose, for a mission, that know their purpose is we want to be visible. And that was, what was part of the secret sauce of standing together, and why it was so exciting to people in the diaspora also. But let's fast forward a little bit. So let's talk after October 7th. In the months before October 7th, again, hundreds of thousands of Israelis were in the streets protesting, what the Netanyahu government was doing against the judicial independence. And then enter the horror of Hamas's attacks that day and the brutality of the Netanyahu government's response in Gaza. It's obvious that Standing Together always opposed the occupation from the very beginning. But after October 7th, Standing Together, it transformed and it stepped up with incredible bravery into, to tackle an issue on a much larger level that is like the third rail of Israeli society. And even much of the NGO sector and the civil society, unless you're an anti-occupation or a peace group, you don't touch peace or the occupation because you're going to get electrocuted. You guys made a conscious choice. You chose to take this issue from on the list of many issues you care about and put it at the top. So, why? Why would you risk that? What did you do? What was the, what has made you now one of the most visible Israeli organizations around the world?
So Standing Together was always radical. We transformed, yeah, but it was always radical. The idea of Jews and Palestinians organizing together was never something that people absorbed, not before October 7th, not after October 7th. Before October 7th, Jews and Palestinians fought for housing, for higher wages, for a climate justice, and always, always against the occupation. But October 7th happened. Everybody was trying to process what's happening, never said a word. No one dared to say what they thought about what's going on. But Standing Together 2 days after, 2 days after, we demanded a ceasefire. That wasn't even something that people in Israel would think about demanding, a ceasefire, peace. We didn't ask for permission before we talked about peace or a ceasefire. We protested, we walked in the streets, and we said it unapologetically that it's time for peace. It's time for a political solution. Our message was really clear. We said, you cannot bomb your way to peace. You cannot bomb your way to safety. You can't. And we did say that. And our biggest campaign right now running is a campaign, Yes, Peace. Because people are so afraid of that word that it became a taboo that they don't use it anymore. But we wanted to bring the word back to the conversation. And I'm talking about a just peace. Talking about a peace where both Palestinians and Israelis feel safe with full rights, with liberation, and where they don't have to cancel the other just to survive. And the truth in Israel right now is that the public is not seeing the Palestinian pain. They're protecting themselves in some way by dissociating, disconnected, not because they're bad people, but because it's easier not to look and feel something that you know it's gonna diminish your own pain, or it's gonna make you question things or feel guilty for things. And the right wing honestly doesn't make it any easier. They do everything they can in order to not show empathy, to make it forbidden, to not show the Palestinian pain and suffering. Just like he said at the beginning, we were forbidden, it was banned to hold pictures of innocent children dead in Gaza in protests. You know what we did? You go to Tel Aviv, you find at all the bus stations there, those pictures. And we put them there. And now people can look them in the eyes and say, there's someone else who's not me. There are two pains. And I feel that this is what we managed to do in standing together by putting it a priority to ask for a ceasefire, to bring the hostages back, for peace right now at this moment, is we were always able to hold both truths and both pains. We never measured pain, but we know that we should have said the truth as it is without sugarcoating in a way that the public will hear it. And yeah, this is what we do. Anything you want to add?
Sort of, what's the most important thing? Like a direct transition from that is, what's the most important thing that Standing Together has been saying and demonstrating over these past 18, 19 months?
Ceasefire, bring the hostages back, and peace.
Easy, next question.
And as a Palestinian, end of the occupation, liberation for my people, and full rights, and a Palestinian state. Thank you.
And maybe just to add about this transformation, you know, on October 7, we were all orphans. There was no state. I don't know if you know that. There was no state, there was no government, there was no nothing on October 7. Of course, in the Gaza envelope and in the south, but also the feeling was that that's it. We are alone. We were looking in the abyss, and we just had to find something that we can do. And while we were trying to understand what is it that we need to do, messages started to arrive on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, and on some other apps as well. And we understood that it doesn't really matter what we in Standing Together want to do. People, Palestinian and Jewish people, already decided that we are going to be the address. I don't know why they decided that, but we understood that we have to rise up to the call. We have to be there for them. And so many people joined, so many people came, especially students, especially young people. We were forced to do what they wanted us to do. And we are very thankful to them for that, because together we were able to find the courage and the power to do what we're doing since then.
And I think part of your success has been a purposefulness around visibility. Everything you do goes on social media. Everything you do is communicated out for a broader audience. If it's a question of like, can you produce hope if you made it in a closet and nobody sees it? That's not Standing Together's modus operandi. You guys are there to not just do the act, but one little act in one place actually gives motivation to all the other parts of the movement. The movement gives motivation to the wider civil society. What's happening in Israel, those acts give inspiration to us over here. Look, we're in this room together today because basically of your social media. It's been so accessible and visible, some of the things that you've done, whether it's the humanitarian guard, protecting the humanitarian aid trucks passing from Jordan through the West Bank into Gaza that were being attacked by right-wing extremist Jews who were taking the aid and throwing it off the trucks, or whether it's very highly visible visits to the hostage family members. Hostages were both Jewish citizens of Israel and Bedouin citizens of Israel, and you made a appointed purpose of saying that we are all in this together. Those acts are powerful symbols beyond the what did we accomplish? We delivered a certain number of packages of aid, or we gave a shoulder to cry on to one hostage family. Let's talk. I want to, because I'm conscious of time, I want to save time for Q&A, but I want to get to this question of symbols. Here in Canada especially, given the increasing climate of anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian sentiment, many people are viewing, especially pro-Palestinian protests and symbols, but also the Israeli flag, Israeli citizenship, like just all of these symbols with huge concern. You know, it pushes people immediately into Jeff's freaking out chicken space. You know, how do you address these fears? You know, what's your response to those who say those symbols are threatening?
May I answer because I'm a Palestinian? About symbols. Anti-Semitism exists, and I believe that we all must stand against it. We all must fight it. I will be the first person to stand against it with you and against any form of hate. In addition to everything that I've just said, let's not confuse criticizing a government and solidarity with Palestinians as anti-Semitism. Please. And let's not allow discomfort to make us feel like we need to erase someone else's identity. Because there is a system that is dividing us, and it is teaching you and convincing you that it is worse to like lose, like the fear of the symbol, the fear of a Palestinian flag is scarier than losing your humanity, than fear of occupation, than fear of apartheid. But it's not the case. I must say, I understand the fear, but I am afraid also. Back home, when I speak in Arabic, in every place, I fear. Like, I never speak in Arabic with full confidence. Like, I feel like something is gonna happen any moment now. I wear my kafiyeh, and I was cursed, and people threatened me because of it. And ever since, I don't take it to protest with me because I'm afraid. But here in Toronto, today or yesterday, we were in a restaurant, and two women came in with kafiyeh on their neck, and I said, "Wow, you can do this freely here? Like, really?" Like, I felt so warmth. Like, I want to take pride in my identity as well. So when people are waving Palestinian flags, like, it's not I hate Jews. It's we exist. We are here. We have identity. Like, look at us, recognize us. And this is so important. Thank you.
I agree.
Okay, now we have, I would like to.
True partnership.
I'll say one question for the very end, but let's go ahead and take some questions from the audience. A lot of people have been very excited to get a chance to talk to you directly. So we have a volunteer. Marsha, thank you very much. With a microphone, please raise your hand if you have a question. I have one in the back, one in the middle, and I'm going to take a set of questions at once. So the best questions are actual questions. But if you ask a really long, rambly question. Sure.
Can I go? Yes. Hi.
Hi there.
So thank
Go ahead and
you.
say your name.
Hi, I'm Darlene. I'm from the London, Ontario Friends of Standing Together. Thank you so much for being here today. Speaking in line with the symbols and being free to talk. In London, we have a very small group of Jews who are in support. A lot of the Jewish support is from Independent Jewish Voices, IJV. And when we go to Palestinian-led protests, it is very uncomfortable to admit to any support of Israel at all. If we are at all Zionist, if we are in support of the people of Israel, it's very, very uncomfortable to even make that statement. And it's almost as if we have to hide that part of us in order to be supportive of the Palestinian voices. Do you have any suggestions of how we can be amplifying their voices but not stopping our own?
Great question. There was one more on the far side.
It's really a beautiful question.
Hold on. we're going to take several questions at once, and then we'll answer.
What if I forgot one of the questions?
No questions? They answered everything.
We are more too interesting to not have questions.
Yeah. That's okay.
Okay, my name
Sir.
is my name is Barry. First of all, thank you very much for that question. That is also a question of mine. The second is also just a very quick thank you. I'm in my 60s. I've seen a lot of the world progress over the last 60 years. This is now, in my mind, currently one of the darkest times of my life, except for shining lights such as yourself. So thank you. It's not easy to do what you do, and I appreciate what you do. So as a follow-on to that, how can we, or I, connect with other, similarly, I wish to connect with other young Palestinians, acknowledge my, I guess, acceptance and belief in what you are saying, and how do we gather together in Toronto? Because also same question. Unfortunately, when I see groups gathering, a lot of them all pro-Israel or all pro-Palestine and against Israel. How do we in Toronto get groups together that recognize the shared destiny of both? That's a big challenge.
Thanks. Let's take one more, and then they'll give an answer. This gentleman here.
Hello. Firstly, I found what you guys said really inspiring. Like, it's good to know that you see in the news a lot of polarization. And of course, this is a thing that's happening a lot right now. But it's very, very inspiring to see that there's some hope on the ground. So just to introduce us quickly, my name is Rasool. This is Alex. And behind me is Professor Randall Schnoor. Alex and I lead a dialogue group in the University of Toronto called Bridging the Gap. I'm an Arab Canadian, I'm Jordanian, he's a Jewish Canadian, and we basically aim to do something similar, at least if not agreeing on the same political goal, at least understanding each other, because, and while it's not as bad as over there, there's a lot of echo chambers here. There's a lot of people that don't want to talk, and it harms our community relations, and it harms any chance of finding a solution. And behind me, the professor, he set this up in York originally last year, and this year he had us, and he helped us a lot set it up in UFT. And we've been going around to different community centers, different universities, places of worship even, to basically preach our message. But it hasn't been completely easy, and a lot of people aren't receptive to it, especially my own community, like Arabs and Muslims. Because of what you said, Angela, they think it's normalization. And I'm wondering if you have a general piece of advice for us, like getting this off the ground here, and especially as it pertains to dispelling the myth that doing anything like this is normalization. Because to be honest, this has been the thing we've most struggled with in terms of getting other Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims to join our movement.
So I heard all three questions, and I feel like there's something in common with all of them, and I will try to really say things from the heart. When you're describing what's going on with the Palestinian protests, a vision in my head was me in Israel in a protest, and many people holding the Israeli flag, and I know that they are not protesting for my people. They are not interested in my people. They want the hostages back. They want a ceasefire because they want to go back home because they can't see the Palestinian pain. And I'm generalizing, but you get the point. Like, this is what I feel. This is personal, internal. And it took me a long time to be able to go to those protests and say what I have to say. A few weeks ago, I was in a protest in Jerusalem for students. And I stood there in the middle after I heard everyone talk. Nobody spoke in Arabic. Nobody talked about Gaza, and nobody said anything. They were protesting to bring the hostages back, to end the war because it's deadly for everyone. And they were demanding that democracy will come back. I stood there and I was listening to those people and their speeches, and I know that in their heart, like they have something to say, but they can't say it out loud. And I stepped in. I asked for permission to talk, and I started talking with Arabic. And I said, it's time to listen to some Arabic right here. And I talked. I talked about my people. I talked about it's time to find a better place and a better future. And I said that we're not protesting to get back anything. We're protesting to build a future that was never here. Like we are protesting for something that we never have known even. And I believe that to all of you, if I have one request from you, is confront the truth. The truth is this war is deadly, the occupation is bad, and if you keep neglecting that or not thinking about the Palestinian pain or not thinking about the system that keeps dividing us, then you're stuck in a place that is harmful to both peoples. So my request is you are expressing fears. You are expressing fear of normalization. You are expressing fears of like canceling your own identity and pain. And I'm telling you, put that pain down for a moment, and I'm not allowed to say, and fucking pick up your responsibility to make a change. That's all I have to say. Like, there's no solution that I can give you right now, but confront the truth. Thank you.
Itamar, can I put a little point? Can I add something to the question for you? Because you've been here twice now. And I remember, I think there is a special problem in Canada. It was you a year ago speaking on this stage who, after you completed a series of speaking events, you know, in Toronto, one of the last things you said to me was, wow, you guys are really polarized here. And I think that was one of many confirmations that actually the conversation on this in the States is better than ours. Not that it's great. It's actually better. And in the UK, it's better. And in many other countries where there's a well-organized progressive Jewish community and a well-organized, you know, Palestinian, Muslim, Arab community, they have voices that are challenging the zero-sum one-sidedness of their each community. And this is a self-criticism of us here in Canada and our progressive institutions, is that actually we're behind. We haven't done that same work. And we're, you know, this event and the volunteers of Friends of Standing Together and the groups like Bridging the Gap and you know, the organizers of the Vivian Silver event In Her Voice are in the room. We also have like some of the leadership of liberal Zionist groups in the room. We have the president of the liberal Zionist advocacy group, JSpace, in the room. Like, there is a greater sense that like we need to catch up. We need to, in Canada specifically, there is ground to gain. We are punching way below our representation in the wider community. And this cataclysmic event has been a reason for us to get going and really get organized. And the demonstration of the constituency is here. The constituency is here if only it were visible. The constituency is there in Israel if only it was visible, which is what you guys have done like so well. So, you know, again, I want to just reflect that back to you, that insight that you had when you were here, and say, like, you know, you've done a lot of speaking around the world. Like, where has it been? You know, what is the place of Canada in, you know, what's it been like to speak in Canada versus some of the other places you've spoken? This is what we felt when you said that to us.
Interesting. I have to reflect on that. But
and Angela, you've been here for like a day too. Like,
you know, it's a bit funny. Amira gave the answer before during the morning. It's a you problem, and you have the solutions, not us. No, really. I remember when I was here with Rula, she said, I can't remember if it was here or another city, another talk, that sarcastically she said that we are very lucky in Israel-Palestine because we have a war to stop, so we don't really have the time for all those petty fights about narratives, and those are not petty fights, but about all those fights about narratives, etc., and dialogue. And I think maybe the solution, and maybe it's also a good opportunity, because nothing good is going to come out from south of the border right now with President Trump in the White House. We don't really know what Europe is going to do, so maybe Canada can step up. And I think maybe a way for you to advance the dialogue, to work together in demonstrations, to bring people together to the room, is to stop thinking that it's about a dialogue. Dialogue is a tool. The mission is to change things on the ground. The mission is to actually do something together. And if you understand that you need to do something together, you can also understand that you don't have to agree about everything. You don't have to agree about the number of states that would be in Israel, Palestine at the end of the row, okay? But you all agree right now that we should end this war. And so you can make a dialogue, but the question in this dialogue should be, what is it we need to do in order to stop this war? And if I may add something, there are a lot of things you can do. First of all, join Friends of Standing Together. You are amazing Friends of Standing Together. Thank you for this event. Join the cause, join their call. And you're going to have elections on Monday. I don't know who's going to win. No one knows who's going to win. But anyway, we believe that after Monday, you should organize in order to demand your government to step up. And when I say demand your government to step up, Canada should play a much bigger role in the international community and in moving the international community to pick a fight with the Israeli government in order to stop the Israeli government and stopping the war. And when I'm saying pick a fight, it's not only saying something on social media. It's to work that nobody is going to sell offensive arms to the Israeli government, because right now they are using those arms to flatten Gaza, and this is a war crime and a crime against humanity. So you should help us to stop them. And when I'm talking about picking a fight with the Israeli government, you should boycott the Israeli government, and you should sanction Benjamin Netanyahu and Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, all those war criminals. You should actually sanction them and boycott them. And while doing that, you should also demand your leaders to speak directly to the Israeli society. Israelis care deeply about what it is the people around the world saying about them. And the Israeli government is going to weaponize what I was just saying. They are going to tell the Israeli public that everybody is against them, against us, that everybody in this room and other rooms are anti-Semites, etc., etc. But tell your leaders that you demand them to speak directly to the Israeli public. It's quite easy right today, right, with all those social networks. And tell them to tell us that they are picking a fight with their government, with our government, because they want to save lives in Gaza and in the West Bank, but also out of solidarity with the people of Israel. And they're doing that because they know and understand that our fates on the land are intertwined. Nobody is going nowhere, and the only way to live together is through peace. If you'll do that, and then your government will do that, that would enable us to mobilize much more people on the land. And I'm guessing, I don't really know, but my guess is it would enable you to engage in a better dialogue, to work together, to go to the same demonstrations. Thank you.
We have just enough time for one or two more questions. So let's see if there was one
We
here.
had
and-
hands from earlier. Do you want me to get those?
Yeah, let's do first come, first serve. So if I missed questions from earlier, let's get 3 questions, and then we'll challenge you to be brief.
Hi, my name is Henry Rushin. As a Canadian Jew and with the people that I would speak to, one of the things that scares them, because I certainly support everything that you're saying here. But what scares them is when they see the Palestinian flag or the keffiyehs, they right away associate it with Hamas. And what I like to hear, even though as much as I like to support all of this, I would like to see Palestinians separate themselves from Hamas, to really reject what they stand for. That, I think, is very important as well. Thank you.
Let's take another
Yeah,
two.
I'm just saying, is there whenever you talk to people.
Harry, thank you. We got your question. Okay, let's take two more and then we'll let you hear their answer. I know you're biting at the bit. You really want to answer, but let's, these are the last two questions we have time to take. So,
I have a question. Over here. It's Tiferet over here.
hi, Tiferet.
I'm wondering, because it feels like the forces that you're fighting against are huge and very powerful. And it feels like when we make advances towards justice and the well-being for people, then there's like a huge tide of energy, crushing that all the time. And also, as those advances aren't made, there are huge real consequences, loss of life, etc. in the meantime. And I'm wondering how you hold on to the big picture and what keeps you hopeful, and how you, continue to show up day after day with the onslaught.
Thanks, Tiferet.
Yeah, I had a question. Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to follow up actually on the first question. Well, not really follow up, but specifically, I do think that there are real calls for an annihilation of Israelis and an annihilation of Palestinians on both sides. And I think that that level of polarization is obviously not only dangerous, but it goes against both of our communities' humanities, right? And so I'm also really, really curious, because in the court of public opinion, I wish more people knew about Standing Together, and it feels like I'm introducing Standing Together to people on a daily basis. And I think part of that bridging, like closing that gap, is doing the hard lift of building coalitions with people we really don't agree with, who also need to have a role in ending this deeply polarized language. And so I'm just curious to hear a little bit more of some of the tougher coalitions that you are building or have built, and maybe some techniques that you all have used to kind of close that gap of seeming that we can only work with people that agree with us 100% of the time, and really looking for opportunities to bridge.
Okay.
I told you I'm not gonna remember all three, but I'm gonna start with the first question. Sir, I understand your need to see Palestinians opposing Hamas, but I'm just here to remind you that I am Palestinian, Amira is Palestinian, Zahra is Palestinian, Yafa is Palestinian. So you have seen 4 Palestinians today, and also Bashar. Yeah? You've seen 5 Palestinians today talking openly about acknowledging 2 pains, and maybe I didn't say it in a way that you wanted to hear, like I'm a Palestinian and I condemn Hamas, I'm against brutality, and I hate violence. I don't say that, but I work each day and I wake up every day to build a better future in Israel. And I'm sorry, but like hearing you talking, like hearing that question made me feel like I'm not Palestinian enough to show and to represent my people. But I am Palestinian, like hardcore Palestinian. And my people in Gaza, they have demonstrated also against Hamas, also for peace, also for liberation, also for justice, for all the things that I want for my people also. But we are talking about people who are repressed for 17 years from Hamas, and also repressed by the occupation in Israel. I cannot and I will never expect from them to rise up, to wake up in the morning and say, I'm gonna oppose and I'm gonna put my life to. Their lives aren't even important at this moment, because There's no purpose. But they did that. My people were resilient and they stood and they protested, and you've seen that on TV. So the next time you ask that question, like reflect more, like why that obsessive need to see Palestinians opposing? Even though Palestinians are opposing, why am I preventing myself from believing that Palestinians want peace, that Palestinians don't want me to kill me? Because I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna be really honest. I'm gonna tell the truth without sugarcoating it. My people are so dehumanized to the point that they need to prove their humanity each and every day. And I refuse that. I refuse to do that. But thank you for your question, because you gave me a space and a platform to say the things that I always wanted to do. Thank you. I forgot the other questions. I'm sorry.
How we keep the hope was one of the questions, right? And we literally have no choice. I mean, you know, in the last year and a half, the sheer amount of hatred and racism and dehumanization are overwhelming, really. And sometimes you really want to say, okay, I'll just stay in bed and won't go out today because I don't want to meet all those dark forces. But then again, we also know that if we'll stay in bed, those forces would come knocking on our doors. And we don't want that to happen. So, we keep on because we have no choice. We have to win. We really have to win. It's about winning. It's about winning the far right. It's about changing reality fundamentally. And also, when you wake up in the morning and you walk out of your bed, at least myself, I'm also working in Standing Together, so I get to live each and every day a potential future for Israel and Palestine. I entering the office, and there's Arabic and Hebrew there, and there are Palestinians and Jewish people there, and we are doing the same stuff, and we believe in the same things, and we're fighting the same fight. And this is a reminder for me and for everybody else that this future that we are talking about, it's not an imaginative future. It already exists, but we are not the majority yet. That's the problem. And that gives me a lot of hope.
I hope getting to see this little candle of hope has really, helped us think about Canada, helped us spark something bigger. There's a Hebrew in Psalms, like in Tehillim, there's a Tzur Yushenu. It talks about, it's a metaphor for God as like a rock of salvation. I'm sure you've heard that before, the rock of salvation. Tzur could be translated as rock, but it can also be translated as flintstone. Is one of its uses in older Hebrew. To be the flintstone of our salvation really leans into this metaphor of little sparks that actually catch fire and start something much greater. That's what you've been for us today. That's what your organization has been for us over the past 2 years. We're moved. The New Israel Fund is very proud to be a partner for this, to fund you. We're enormously proud to have helped seed fund you into existence. And we look forward to continue seeing the evolution of your work in Israel and the little sparks like Friends of Standing Together that you've helped start in so many other places. Thank you, guys.
The woman with the third question, I'm coming to you to remember the question from you. Thank you.
So we've come to the end of an extraordinary day, if I may say so. And there's a couple of things left to do.
We're just going to take a quick group photo. On your table, we have a purple sign in Arabic and Hebrew that says Jews and Arabs together, like the one we took last year. If you would like your photo taken, please hold it up. The photographer will be up on stage. It will take a photo of the group. And while you all assemble and pick up your photos and come and stand here, and the photographer will take a picture of the audience, we wanted to thank again our sponsors and our supporters, the New Israel Fund of Canada. You can donate to Standing Together directly through the New Israel Fund of Canada, Digital Public Square, the United Jewish People's Order, UJPO. Thank you to Dave Meslin. Thank you to Maker Lab. Thank you to Jacob Cates Rose of Meretz, United Party, Vote Haktiva, and Haktiva, pardon me. And great. So thank you, everybody. We're going to adjourn, but we'll have one last photo here, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Sorry, UJPO would like us to remind you of Peter Beinart coming in Monday, May 12th, 7 p.m. at Park Day Hall, 1605 Queen Street West, Unit 2, Toronto. A portion of the proceeds will be donated to the communities of Masar Fayetta through the Center for Jewish Nonviolence. So please go ahead and check out UJPO at the back of the room for Peter Beinart. Thank you. Photo. Everybody stand closer. Okay, everybody, we're going to count down the photo. Everybody come stand in the front with your purple photo. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Hi, Sarah, in the front again. 5, 4, 3. Everybody in the front. 2.5, 2 3/4.
No, we invented that 10 years ago. I'm going to take the iPhone. One, two, three, let's go. Can we hear your voices? Let's hear them. Yeah.